back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA Tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed, this NCAA Tournament, lanceslock.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Our final pour today and our final segments from our friends at Redmond Distilling, Redmond Vodka, the official drink of the World Games, which are coming to town, and hopefully you got a chance to get into Charles Barkley's final pour as well.
Yeah, pick up a bottle today, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. No harsh aftertaste. Available right now at your local package stores, including the Beverage Place and Pink Package, also ABC stores. For more information, stop by, see those guys, but pick up a bottle today of Redmond Vodka.
I don't know if I did this by regions or not, but here LT wanted to see my official bets. I've got the 4 tickets. I've done 4 two-team parlays of the Sweet 16. I mean, parlays are not sucker bets at all.
No, not at all. Yeah. What odds you get on that?
Sure things is what they call them.
So let's see how you matched them up. Okay, the game I'm most worried about, I need Michigan to win this game outright. I think they've got a shot.
I did not go money line on Michigan, but I did take Michigan plus the 5.
Okay, who did you pair them up with? Just tell me, please, that you paired them up with Iowa State.
Would you be happy with Arkansas? I paired them up with Arkansas.
Yeah.
So I've got Arkansas plus 8.5 and Michigan plus 5.
Okay. Yeah, no, I like that. Okay. Remember, Arkansas Gonzaga was my tough one to figure out.
Well, it was, but those are the 2 sides you need to win, and he's got them in a parlay.
No, I need Gonzaga to win. He's got Arkansas.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So all I need is Gonzaga to blow out and then Michigan to win.
Yeah.
All right.
So I like that ticket.
Okay.
I mean, not to cash it, but
so you want me
I like what you did with it.
Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah. I've got Texas.
So you wiped your ass with how much is that?
You're welcome.
I got Texas Tech -1 and Houston plus 2.
I love that parlay. I really do.
Wow.
Yeah.
What does that pay? What's a 2-team pay?
2.5 to 1, typically 2.6.
So that would
it changes a little bit with your odds. You know, the more you get odds.
Yeah.
So -110 on both sides of those. -110 on all these, as it looks. I've got UCLA -2 and Iowa State plus 2.5.
That's both really difficult games. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
And I think it ends for St. Peter's. I got Purdue -12.5. I think it's a blowout, boring game. Kansas -7.5.
Yeah, I kind of like your power there too.
Yeah,
you'd take cash in 2 out of the 4, wouldn't you?
After this weekend, I'd be happy.
1?
Yeah, if I just hit 1, give me a win streak next time I go back.
I got to go back and collect my $67. Trip's going to cost me $3,000, but
I had kids $3,000 on this trip, I think.
Boy, I will be calling the Hogs. What night is that game?
I'll
be calling the Hogs.
That one is Thursday.
Y'all think I'm Sam Pittman.
First game out of the gate.
Yep.
That's our show today. Thank you guys for letting me come back, man.
You're welcome.
I don't know what I'd do if I didn't get to sit here and not spend money today.
Couldn't change the locks till tomorrow, so we're good.
Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go, live news show now on a Wednesday. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, Forrester, all here today. Don't forget, stay up to date on our bracket challenge. Find your place in the rankings right now. Thanks to our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale, Highway 31 in Pelham Parkway. Find out where you are in the brackets by checking the leaderboard right there. And listen, with the way the points go, if you got teams alive in the Final Four, a chance for you to shoot up those ratings before it's over with and get into the prize window as well, the push zone, if you will, as we get to the Sweet 16 tomorrow night. We'll get to basketball coming up with Wimp Sanderson in our next segment. Charlie Potter is going to join us from Tuscaloosa to start hour number 2. He'll be with us at 10 Central as he'll talk a little Alabama spring football and what's going on as the Tide's now back and we'll go full bore, full gear all the way to A-Day. And later, Todd Fuhrman joins us to make the picks for the Sweet 16. Let's start, though, with a little discussion about some NFL free agency and what teams want and maybe the reputation of some coaches up on the pro level and how that trickles down to college as well. Let's start with the Baker Mayfield, a very popular guy with our viewers and our listeners out there from his days back in college as well. You either love him or you hate him. Some of you just love his commercials and hate his football play. That may be you Cleveland Brown fans out there. The Browns are saying, LT and Brownie, that they want a first-round draft pick if you want Baker Mayfield. They want a first-round draft pick. Your initial thought on the Browns saying, we want a first-round draft pick if you want Baker Mayfield would be what?
Well, I would just ask you guys this. With Pittsburgh and Carolina needing quarterbacks and both Matt Rule and Mike Tomlin at the Pro Day yesterday from Malik Willis, if Baker Mayfield was available in this draft, would you select him in the first round?
I would.
Well, I mean, college Baker Mayfield, I would select him number 1 overall.
I'm talking about based on what you've already seen in the NFL. I mean, he was, and I understand he had a torn labrum last year. He was still playing. He was medically cleared to play. Year 1 was shaky. Year 2 was pretty good. Year 3 was awful. He was 27th in quarterback rating last year.
He was, but does he?
And
not,
he had one of the best rushing attacks in all of the NFL.
Does he not get credit for playing through that torn labrum what others would have set out?
Well, I mean, I do think you got to give us some credit for that, yeah. I don't know if I would take him number 1. After what I have seen, would I take him number 1 overall? Would I take him in the first round?
Of this draft, though, Brown.
This draft.
Over small-handed Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis from Liberty.
Small-handed Kenny Pickett.
Here's the scary thing, though, as you think and ponder that.
It's a tough one.
Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis, they're unknowns. Baker Mayfield's kind of a known. He's not going to be able to win you a championship, in my opinion.
Well, people keep saying that, yes.
Well, I mean, he hasn't proved that he can.
Pretty good. I mean, he regressed last year.
Yeah, but keep
Trent Dilfer, Kerry Collins. We got a long line of people who made it to the Super Bowl that sucked.
Keep in mind,
didn't win them though.
You would have said the same exact thing about Matt Stafford in Detroit. These guys not going to win you a championship.
No, I would have said that in Detroit.
Exactly, that's my point.
No, but that was in Detroit.
That's my point.
No, but how's that your point?
Because Baker Mayfield's not going to be in Cleveland.
Yeah, but Cleveland has been good the last couple of years.
But they haven't championship level good. I mean, how many quarterbacks you think you could have dropped into Cleveland and won a Super Bowl?
That roster's good enough. Matt Stafford would have had him right there last year.
I don't think I agree with that.
Well, I'm just telling you that roster's good.
So you think how many quarterbacks in the NFL could I have dropped into Cleveland and won a Super Bowl?
Well, I don't know. I will say this: they would have been in the postseason, and anything in the postseason can happen.
I think the offensive roster is good, but that defense was not as good last year. That defense was equally the problem as their offense was last year. Their defense took a step back. I don't have where they are in the ring.
Put them in bad situations.
I think that defense you're going to find that they were in the bottom of the league, bottom half of the league.
Anyway, to my original point, you guys have to think about this.
I do have to think about it, but if I am late in the first round, I mean,
I wouldn't give a first round pick is how I started this for him now. Because I think I could get him for a second or a third round. I wouldn't give a first. But if Baker Mayfield was a rookie coming out and I had to have a quarterback compared to Malik Willis or Kenny Pickett, yes, I would take Baker Mayfield over those two guys. He would be the number 1 prospect in this quarterback draft.
Let me just say, I don't have a lot of confidence in any of them. I would roll the dice on small hands.
Oh, small hands Pickett.
Just based on what I saw this past year, I thought he was really, really good. Of course, Baker Mayfield, that final year at Oklahoma was incredible.
That's right. And 2 years ago, Kenny Pickett wouldn't have been drafted. He'd have been an undrafted free agent trying to make it onto a camp and probably maybe trying to be in the USFL at some point.
I mean, that's Burrow after 18, though.
Yeah. I just this Baker Mayfield, we're all piling on him today. David Newton. I don't know if you guys remember David Newton. He's the guy who actually sounds like he should cover the Carolina Panthers. He's you hear his voice, and he originally, the first time I ever heard him, where did I used to hear it would be on the radio on it'd be a football Sunday. I'd be driving back from a college game, and they'd be like, all right, we got an update from Carolina now. David Newton is there.
And it's the guy on the phone?
And it'd be the guy on the phone, and like, the Panthers right now are on the 42-yard line.
I remember this guy. Yeah, he worked for ESPN back in the day, and he was like, he was super country. Yeah.
And
what happened to him?
He covers the Panthers in Charlotte, still works for him. There's rumors out there that, and here's how David would say it, the rumors are that the Panthers are interested in Baker Mayfield. Sources tell me that is not true.
That only makes it sound like the guy's got a piece of straw coming out of his mouth.
But the
crop prices,
and tomatoes making the run. And what was the cartoon that had
Cars?
Yeah. But David Newton is reporting that there is no truth that Matt Rule and the Panthers are interested in Baker Mayfield. They're not even interested in him.
Lance, you would give me Baker Mayfield upgrade from Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. No,
I just want to see where we are on Baker.
We've seen Baker win 11 games before.
I think what is going to happen is the Panthers are going to gamble on one of these guys, one of Malik Willis or
I think
or Kenny Pickett.
I think I probably would.
You would gamble on
one of the
draft quarterbacks.
Yeah, I would gamble on Kenny Pickett.
Well, I hate being in this situation.
I would not want to be in this situation.
It's the worst situation to be in.
Well, especially when you were so close to getting Deshaun Watson.
I know.
That's a no.
Quarterback is so important in the NFL. It's the only way you're going to win a championship. It's the only way.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of things to win a championship, but you can't get there without a quarterback.
That's right. And you're in the worst spot right now if you're in Pittsburgh. You're in a draft that doesn't have a slam dunk guy in it. You've only got Mitchell Trubisky if you're Pittsburgh. That's your option. And your other option, well, Pittsburgh's a bad example because they're not going to get Baker Mayfield in division there. But you see what I'm saying, right? It's Carolina. Use Carolina. You got Sam Darnold. You look at the draft and you're like, I got small hands Pickett. I got Malik Willis. I don't really feel like I got a slam dunk guy there. Another option is Baker Mayfield. I'm not sold on him. That is just an awful place to be in. It's an awful place to be in.
But Baker, he's 4 full years now. We forget it's been 4 full years he's been a starting quarterback, and he's had one good year.
He is, but that roster didn't look the same as first year, and he was a rookie quarterback. And then it got better, got really better.
Yeah, but
real good. And then really, really good.
He regressed from year 1 to year 2, and then he got better in year 3, and then he regressed again.
Yeah.
So that's the ultimate example of an inconsistent quarterback.
So a first-round pick is what they want.
They're not going to get it.
That's just a shopping ploy. Yeah. I think if you offered them a 2 today, they would jump on that, maybe even jump on a 3. We'll see if anything happens with Baker Mayfield. They have paid a big amount of money for Deshaun Watson. They are waiting to see if the NFL makes an early call on how many games Deshaun Watson will be suspended. If not.
And if you guys are guessing that number, what do you think it is?
6 games. Deshaun Watson will miss the first 6 games. That's 1/3 of the season.
Okay, so 1/3 of the season with Baker Mayfield, you can probably go 3-3.
Yeah, if you're 3-3, that's a good place to be at that point.
With Nick Mullins, you might be 1-5. You might be 2-4.
Yeah, you would probably need some help if you decide I want to trade Baker Mayfield for a 2nd-round pick. You'll still need to go out and get some help at quarterback.
Yeah, to me, it's not worth it. To me, it's almost if I know for 1/3 of the season I'm going to be without Deshaun Watson, we got to get off to that quick start. And if we want to get to where we want to go, I don't want to I'm not flushing this season going out and get Deshaun Watson. If I know he's going to be available for 11 games, I want a guy that can at least win me some games early on, so I'm keeping Baker Mayfield.
So you'll pay him for 1 year, keep Baker Mayfield, because remember,
and that could be a win-win for Baker Mayfield too. If he starts out 5-1, Deshaun takes over.
That's right.
Cleveland has a special season. There's going to be a big-time market for Baker Mayfield.
Who was the guy that was the backup for the Falcons for so many years and ended up going to the Texans?
Matt
Schaub, yeah.
He can Matt Schaub this thing up and go out there and look good for 6 games and change his market value altogether.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Matt Castle's another example of that, right?
Exactly.
Matt Castle, one starting situation, made a ton of money, and the Chiefs bought a bill of goods.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Castle that last year, I think, weren't they 14-2 the last time he was a starter?
Oh, I don't think so.
No.
No, that was Alex Smith. My bad.
Yeah.
The old Alex Smith, Matt Castle
No, but
confusion.
Matt Flynn goes out.
Very rarely happens.
Starts 2 quarterbacks for
two games
for Green Bay.
Yeah, and Seattle bought a bill of goods on him.
Yeah, Seattle spent a fortune for him.
So we'll see what happened. We'll get to basketball and the Sweet 16 and all that with Wimp coming up in the next segment. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks with our friends at NASCAR and the Talladega Super Speedway. You were over there this past weekend
I was.
in the wild game cook-off. I missed that. I told our boy Russell, I said, do not take this as the fact that I do not want to do this next year, but I'm out of town. Please keep me on the list. Did you taste any good food over there this week?
Did I, or are you asking that to Russell?
No, Russell, I haven't talked to Russell since I've been back. That was before.
I gotcha. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
did you
did taste some
any
good food.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a good turkey dish over there. Like I said, I don't know what all was in it, but it had bacon on the outside. So bacon on the outside.
Cream
of turkey.
cheese,
There
right?
was some cream cheese something on the inside. Yeah, and it was wrapped around. Oh, so fantastic. I gave it a 20.
A 20 out of 10? Or is 20
out
the
of
max?
20.
Out of 20,
Yeah,
okay.
You know how you do the 15 and the 5. I gave it a 20.
Now, what if you found out that cream cheese was turkey gum?
Well, it still tasted good.
Yeah.
What is turkey gum? Like the gums of the mouth?
the gums of a turkey.
Tasted good. Hey, you get a chance to see NASCAR's biggest stars take on the baddest track of the next-gen car and its debut on the high banks of Talladega, the Geico 500, Sunday, April 24. Geico 500 starts at 2 o'clock. You can enhance your race weekend by adding the garage experience at Talladega. It is fabulous. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com, or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Over in the Farmfolio chat room, Carrie, it's honestly incredible how bad NFL teams are at evaluating quarterback talent. Do you agree or disagree, guys?
Well, I don't. Yeah,
It's the most difficult position in all of sports to project to the next level.
Yeah, the NFL can't even get it right. So why do we think anybody else can? I mean, those are the smartest football guys in the world.
All these guys do. They get paid millions and millions of dollars to bring the right guy in, and it's nearly impossible. I mean, what do you guys think the percentage of success is? 10%?
Maybe. And everybody likes to point at, so and so gets it right. But for everybody that gets it right, they've gotten one wrong too.
I mean, like, give me right now. I'm looking at highlights of Jameis Winston.
Yep.
Okay, Jameis Winston, who just re-signed with New Orleans.
2 years.
Yeah, 2 years, and he's going to get probably half the money you would have expected Jameis to get when he came out originally to your Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the number 1 overall pick. I mean, to me, Jameis looked like a can't-miss guy.
And he was good for a few years in Tampa. There were moments they should have made the playoffs if the team around him had been better and if he had cut down his interceptions.
No, and that's the thing. And I think Jameis can be really good, but he can be really bad. And that's Baker Mayfield. I mean, you've got to have consistency to be an elite quarterback.
Right. That's a great comparison of those two. Paul says, I'm not sold on Watson doing well in Cleveland. That franchise will find a way to screw it up. You've always thought there are certain franchises like the Clippers you think will never ever be able to get over a hump. That they built a franchise office on burial grounds out in Los Angeles or something.
Yeah, look, Jimmy Haslam is a guy that will spend a lot of money. That doesn't necessarily equate to championships. They seem like they're somewhat jinxed. Again, 11 wins last year. It's just weird that you've got a guy, and back to my Stafford point, Brown, Odell Beckham looked like a top 10 wide receiver with Stafford. I mean, he was nothing. I mean, he was basically in an abyss with Baker Mayfield. So I don't know if it's organization.
And some of that could have been on Odell,
Mayfield.
too. I mean, that can be on Odell, too. Attitude has a lot to do with that, right? The attitude you bring to work every day.
But I do think organizations have something to do with it. With that said, Cincinnati, to me, was as bad or worse than Cleveland, and they just went to a Super Bowl.
Just went to a Super Bowl. Let's touch on something here real quick with LT. Because his GM made a conversation. Had a conversation with the media yesterday, Les Snead, on two fronts. One of them, he says he does want Odell Beckham Jr. back, but that it's a complex situation coming off that knee injury. I mean, 29-year-old Odell Beckham Jr. When Les Snead says it's a complex situation, what do you think?
Well, it is a complex situation because I don't know how bad the knee is, and we know people that can recover a lot quicker. Again, going back to the Rams, Cam Akers hurts his knee in July, he's able to play before the playoffs.
He calls it a serious knee injury.
If it's a serious knee injury, it happened towards the middle of February. Remember, this happened in the Super Bowl, first half of the Super Bowl. So when's this guy going to be ready? That's kind of an unknown right now. I mean, you've got guys, Acuna's not going to be ready the first month of the baseball season. When did that happen?
About midway through the baseball season. Yeah.
I mean, that was forever ago. It was around the All-Star break.
I know.
So you just don't know how these guys are going to work out. So why would you invest in a guy like Odell if he can't play the entire year?
Aaron Donald's contract is not finalized yet. I mean, you think they'll work that out? There's no way Aaron Donald will go anywhere else?
I don't think there's any fear. Again, the Rams are going to spend as much as anyone out there. They believe he's the most valuable player, not only in that organization, but in all of football.
But he sets the tone yesterday saying, we're trying to work with Aaron on rewarding him, but also staying competitive, winning games, and making it sound like I can't give him everything he wants and us still be creative.
Yeah, but I think they can get creative, and I don't know what that'll be, but I think ultimately they'll work that thing out.
Yeah,
there's no doubt.
The Bucs continue to try to get everybody back together, and don't be surprised if today or tomorrow William Golston and Ndamukong Suh end up re-signing with the Buccaneers as they try to get everything back together. And a big get for the Vikings. I mean, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm worried to death about the team that's going to be around me right now. Before I went to Vegas, we were talking to all of our NFL experts who would come on, and it just ended. It looked like the Packers were about to go on this spending spree. And then all of a sudden, Devontae is introduced yesterday with the Raiders, and now Zadarius Smith is signing with the Vikings. How good's the Packers going to end up being?
I don't know. We just have faith in Aaron Rodgers. It's kind of like you saw a lot of turnover with the Patriots for years with Tom Brady, and they just found a way to be really good. So I just assume Aaron Rodgers doesn't have a number one weapon at wide receiver. Best pass rusher now is gone on to Minnesota. In division, by the way, which is really strange.
Right.
But I just assume the Packers are still going to be the scariest team out there, at least in the NFC.
All because of Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
A little NFL for you to start our show today. Wimp's coming up in the next segment to talk more about the basketball that's going on. Speaking of basketball, last night, Talladega College comes up short in trying to win the NAIA National Championship. Loyola beat them 71-56. So Talladega ends up with a great year as the NAIA National runner-ups. You've got the Division II Women's Final Four going on tonight over at Bill Harris Arena, and then the championships on Friday night. NIT basketball continues tonight with Texas A&M, the other SEC team still alive, playing Wake Forest. That's two teams that could have been in the NCAA tournament right there at one point, Wake Forest and Texas A&M.
Boy.
And now they're in the quarters of the NIT, 6 o'clock ESPN2.
I was looking for anything to watch last night and was flipping past the ESPNs, and I caught the CBI semifinals.
Yeah.
That's so for those that don't know, it still exists, by the way.
Abilene Christian?
No, it was, who was it? Oof. There was like three people there watching it. They were playing at Myrtle Beach. Their Final Four is in Myrtle Beach.
Georgia State?
No.
So even the parents and
UNC Wilmington and somebody else was playing. Anyway, I mean, my point was it still exists. I had no idea the CBI was still a thing.
There's one below that.
There's a thing below the CBI.
Yeah, the Tournament Challenge that South Alabama's in the semifinals of.
Are they really?
They play Coastal Carolina on Monday.
Yeah, because, I mean, I just look at it and I'm like, how does this thing make any money? Nobody's there.
Well, it's a best of three to end it out, right?
I don't know.
I think it is.
It was at one point. I don't know if it still is.
But, the amazing thing about
Middle Tennessee's in it too, yeah.
A team like Texas A&M is typically when that team gets their heart broken and they don't get put in, they kind of tap out.
Yeah, A&M has kept playing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a credit to Buzz. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're, you do have to give credit to him. And Steve Forbes with Wake Forest in a good year. That's one of two games tonight in the NIT. So Wimp's coming up on the real tournament, the NCAA tournament. We'll talk to Wimp about that in the next segment. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're looking to refinance or get that mortgage on that house with your finances right, anywhere in our viewing or listening area, in fact, anywhere in the United States, you can do it with Mortgage Right.
Hey, let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Before LT tells us about Dr. B real quick, I want to point out what Royal Pain is saying. Matt Corral will be better than all the guys you're talking about. I, too, like Matt Corral at the next level. He could be one of those Dak Prescott-like steals if he ends up in the second or third round.
Yeah, it could be. It was a lot of fun to watch. Very productive quarterback, athletic. Really cut down on the mistakes that he made in 2020 to 2021. So he could be one of those guys. Everybody's talking about Malik. Everybody's talking about Kenny Pickett. Matt Corral seems like he's going to be that third quarterback off the board, maybe even fourth behind Sam Howell.
Heading to talk to Wimp now, but before that, tell us about Dr. B and how you can restore that youthful look on top of that head.
Yeah, I heard back yesterday that he has got my options from the genetic testing, so we're supposed to talk later today to figure out exactly what that is. But unfortunately, over the past year, noticed a little hair loss, so I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. He is the best. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Went in just a few weeks ago for that consultation. Got the genetic testing done. About to figure out the best treatment for me. That's what Dr. B does. He makes sure that he explores every option out there for you. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures that they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you. You can also check out more information online at t3hair.net.
All right, the Coach Wimp Sanderson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented each week by our friends at the Rental Works Division of Crane Works. Hello, Coach. How are you today?
I'm doing okay, I guess. You guys all right?
Doing great. Thanks a lot.
Let me say this to you guys. I listen to you on the show a lot, and I listen to a lot of other people. Most of you don't understand, and y'all certainly don't understand tournament basketball.
Okay.
I mean, what is there to understand? You win, you advance, you lose, you go home. I mean,
if you look at our brackets, you're right.
Yep.
Okay. Y'all do talking, and I'll hush.
No, you're right. I'm not arguing with you. Dunaway's the one arguing. I don't understand it. I've had to pay off so many of these stupid bets.
Well, the points are you certainly don't. You'll be the one that has to make the trip.
Yep.
It's a fact that when you play 3 or 4 games in your conference tournament, and then you play 6 games to win in the NCAA tournament, that somewhere along the line you either don't play well. You forget the seed next to the number. It doesn't make a difference what the seed is, what your seed is. You play poorly in a game, or you don't play poorly in the game, and the team that you play plays a lot better. Somewhere along the line in those 9 games, you get beat. You just do. You've got to be very fortunate, very lucky, and very good. Tennessee 2 for 18 in the game that they played against Michigan. So that happens to you all the time. I'm proud of what we were able to do. We were able to win 11 straight games in the SEC tournament, which I don't think has ever been done before. So it's hard to do. I shouldn't be bragging. I shouldn't have said that. But anyway.
Well, no, it's okay to brag about that. But let me ask you this, Wim.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Auburn's in the game, and they've got a very bad mismatch because they're playing against 5 guards, and they don't adjust to that guard position. And you look at them on the bench. They're not into the game. And I'm not criticizing Bruce did a great job getting those players in there. They're not into the game. Kessler's got 2 fouls. They're not into the game.
Yeah.
Not at all. And not ready to play.
Well, that's got to be on coaching.
Okay, it is. And then you look at Alabama. They lose the very first play that Alabama ran, where they picked and ran for Quindley to kick the ball to Charles Bediako. He dunked it. And then he gets hurt, and the guy that takes his place, and I'm not taking up for him. I'm just trying to explain to you everything happened. The guy that takes up for him, he got 6 turnovers.
Yeah.
So there are things that happen to you. You as a radio host try to talk about those. That's what you're supposed to do. But it's the severity of not winning, of winning every game in those 9 games, is much more difficult than people realize.
Well, I understand it's difficult, but let me start with the fact you have always put a big amount of importance on the SEC tournament.
I have.
Okay, and you're telling me now that if I play great in the SEC tournament and win that, the chances of me backing that up and winning 6 games in the NCAA tournament is very low, that I can run 9 straight games at being really, really good. And I say to you then, why am I trying to hang around and play all day long, all weekend long like Tennessee did before I go play the games that count the most, the NCAA tournament?
Because you don't know what's going to happen. I'm just pointing out to you. I don't know what's going to happen. Of course, there's naturally the teams that win has done that. Whoever wins this tournament is going to have played 3 games in a conference tournament and the 6 in the NCAA. They were able to do it. I'm hoping my team will continue to play as well as they played in the SEC tournament. I got to the final 16 and I faltered. 6 times I faltered, and so it's bad. At least I got there, but it was terrible when I got there. I'll never get over not getting any further. But we played, we prepared, we coached, we did everything we could do. We knew the other team, and we got beat. And I just think sometimes we don't grasp at how difficult that is to do that.
I don't think there's anything wrong with being in the Sweet 16. I mean, it is. Yeah. I thought getting to the Sweet 16 is a great accomplishment. You got to win 2 games in the NCAA tournament, and I know that if you get a 1 or 2 seed, that first game's almost a gimme. And then after that, it's even for a 1 and 2 seed. That second game is a tough game just to get to the Sweet 16. Well, and you never had an easy draw in the first round. You never had an easy draw.
Yeah, I'm not really here to. I just think that Auburn will never have better play. And I'm not criticizing Bruce. He's done a great job, and he's recruited great players. They will never have as many good players on that team as never again. Now, they may have a team that doesn't have as many good players and wins more. They may have players that on that team, on the coming teams, that are not as good one by one as they were this year, and they may win more. It's a difficulty to explain, and it's people try to overdo it, and I don't know the answer to it. Just sometimes your team just doesn't play the way they should play, and the other team does.
Are we just getting a lot more parity in college basketball? And the reason I bring that up, at least Auburn won their first round game as a 2 seed. Yeah. You look at Kentucky, and now it's been a decade that Calipari has not won a national championship. And look, I know those are very difficult to do, but he's got a ton of talent. He's got an 8-point lead in the second half against St. Peter's, and he blows that. And now St. Peter's is on to the Sweet 16.
I don't think that he blew it. I just think that Grady, the kid that shoots the basketball, had a terrible tournament. And could not shoot the basketball at all. I think they were very average on the perimeter. I think Tata's good, not great. I think Wheeler's good, not great. Certainly, got to go inside and get him the basketball, and he did to the tune of 30 points. But nobody else had double figures except Wheeler on the drive, and he made 11. And so, I'm just here to explain to you that maybe Kentucky's not as good. That somebody pretty easy can beat them. Not pretty easy, but can beat them. And just so happens that St. Peter's was up and played awfully well, and all the shots went in. Alabama is going. Auburn gets away from the arena, and they're 6-5 in their last 11 games. It's just hard to explain. You say the parity's there. The parity, I think, has always been there. You just got to be. I don't have an answer to Alabama struggle like a dick is shooting a basketball. Him saying he shouldn't have said this, but he should see him saying that they had to shoot around, some didn't go. That's no big deal. That's no big deal at all. I got ready for the championship game against LSU in Atlanta in the basement of the hotel with the floor taped with tape for a court, and walked through everything that LSU did and what we did, and didn't shoot a lick. Syracuse, Jim Boeheim believes that you never shoot on game day. Never. Okay. Go ahead. Ask me. I went and got through that.
He's the coach, Wimp Sanderson. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week by the Rental Works division of Crane Works. We did some videos there. You can see those on our social media and Crane Works social media as well. Coach is very smart about rental equipment. Does Arkansas have any chance? I mean, that's the only SEC team left. Do you see them with any chance? The way they have played these first 2 games has not been great, and Gonzaga is maybe the best team left in this thing.
Well, I don't know if they're the best team. They haven't played real well, but I would say I don't want to say no chance. I would think they're going to have to fight like a Dickens for these 2 shooters. I don't know how good Gonzaga is defensively. I hadn't studied them much. I would just say to answer your question, it's going to be a difficult game. But we talk about the SEC, and here we talk about the Big Ten. they bring in 9, lose 7. And SEC brings in 6 and loses 5. It's one and done. If you it's difficult to understand why Tennessee didn't play better, and they're on Rick about never winning the NCAA tournament. So they were on me too. So.
But it is. We always talk about it. What a tough road it is to win the college basketball national championship. I personally think it's harder than baseball and college football to be national champions in basketball.
It ain't easy.
Yeah,
it's not easy.
It is not. And Gonzaga's never won it. And I want to follow up on what Brown is talking about. That this to me, and LT said this earlier a couple of times this basketball season, that this Gonzaga team is not as good as last year's Gonzaga team, but that doesn't mean they won't win the national championship this year and be the first time to ever do that just because of the way everyone else looks. Is that a fair statement?
I think it is. I don't know if they'll win it. They're probably just as good. Everybody's a Timmy fan. I happen not to be one.
Not everybody. Not everybody.
If you're not pulling for Gonzaga, it's hard to be a Timmy fan.
That guy's hard to like. He's a heck of a player.
I'm not a Timmy fan.
But he's a great player, though. You got to say that, right?
He's a good player.
Okay, he's a good player.
Yeah, very good. I'm just not a fan of that.
I'm not either.
The way they play. I'm not a fan of headbands. Anyway, it's okay.
So it's the headband?
Well, I mean, that's part of it.
I just don't. He's okay. I mean,
that's part of it. He's putting on a. I don't know. It seems like he's more worried about his look.
I like their coach real well. I like their coach a great deal. He's very, very good. And Houston, Arizona will be a good game. Arizona hadn't played well. Houston will beat you if you don't play. When I saw you pick UAB to beat Houston, I knew you were goner. You were a goner. So because I knew that wasn't going to happen.
A goner
could have happened, but I knew it wasn't. So anyway. Y'all, I got any questions?
I wanted one more on this. Coaching matchups. How important is that? Because you mentioned Houston, Arizona. I mean, Tommy Lloyd's done a great job. He's going to be your national coach of the year. But this is his first ride as a head coach in this tournament, and now he's going against Kelvin Sampson, and that guy's a dinosaur. I mean, that guy's been there forever, and he's taken multiple programs to Final Fours. And then on the other side of the bracket, you've got Coach Krzyzewski maybe coaching his last game against Mark Adams, taking that Texas Tech program over. How important are coaching matchups once you get to this third game?
Well, I just think you're able to be darn sure you match up personnel-wise. Houston does a great job of stopping the 2 guards that UAB had. They're very, very good defensively, and defense wins if you can score at all. And I think coaching is important. Texas Tech is very good defensively. I think something that I can't answer is rest is important, and most coaches work you to death in February and March because they got a big game coming up, and instead of working an hour, they'll work 2.5 hours. I did the very opposite, but and that's okay. Not that I did it right, but that's what most coaches do. And I think if their teams match up well, then I think Texas Tech has got a chance. I don't know how they match. Texas Tech's got 2 big guys. I think Houston will probably match up well against Arizona. Certainly, coach at Arizona was at Gonzaga. He knows what he wants to do, and he's a great recruiter. So we'll see what happens there. Villanova and Michigan, I'm not sure about. So we can talk about that.
I want to ask you this, Wimp. You hear it all the time that this is a guards tournament. And I watched the Auburn and Miami game, and you talked about them going small and playing 4 guards. And I thought Auburn's guards had a horrible day that day. Yeah. And do you buy into that this is a guards tournament? And when they say that, what are they talking about?
Yeah, they control the game. But Johnson kid, he takes it to the hole. KD does, and just goes crazy and is out of sorts. Now, he played hard. The rest of them didn't get the rebounds, didn't act like they were ready to play, and they met adversity a little bit. And when you meet adversity and you throw the camera on the bench, then you know that adversity where they play at Auburn, they comes back. All somebody's got to do is dunk one. Everybody's back on them, and they're all excited. It wasn't there because they weren't at home, and they weren't excited to play, it didn't look like. But I don't know. It's just hard for me to explain to you. I'm not doing a very good job of doing it, but their mental attitude in their game, everybody that got beat, it's got to be first. They got to be ready to play. They can't worry about a 3 seed versus a 15. as Kentucky had against St. Peter's. They've got to get out and play the game. The other thing is coming to light, and I'll hush because y'all don't want to talk about that, is the NIL and the transfer portal have now come together. Mm-hmm. Tennessee has gone out and bought a guy, drove up there, offered him all this kind of money to play, which is not what the NIL is supposed to do. When you get into the NIL and you start seeing that you don't get as much money as the guy beside you, then the transfer portal comes in effect. We're going to have more problems, and I know y'all don't agree. It's fine. We're going to have more problems with this NIL and this transfer deal being together. And I'm the only one that said that. The NIL now. Here's what Tennessee says. Tennessee says A&M was cheating. Well, A&M, we can't verify that A&M was. They probably did. They didn't use the NIL money the way it's supposed to use. Now we're having coaches in each institutions be in charge of the transfer portal, and now we have coaches in charge of the NIL. And the NIL is Auburn's raised a lot of money. Now, whether their coach can hang on or not to use it, I don't know. But we're seeing something for you two guys to talk about a lot because there's going to be a lot of problems.
Yeah, but I mean, you just adjust, right? I mean, Tennessee's adjusting. Alabama will adjust. Texas A&M is adjusted. LSU
you think
will
that's
adjust.
Adjusting to drive down there and give the guy what he's going to give you. Is that adjusting or is that illegal?
Well,
it's legal
right now, so you better
wait
adjust.
Wait a minute. That's what I thought y'all said.
Yeah.
It was illegal.
No, it's legal. It's legal right now. So you better.
No, it's not legal.
It is.
No,
it is. 100% it is.
It is not legal the way they did it. You guys are wrong, dead wrong. It's not what the rules say.
How is it illegal? What's illegal about it?
You can't argue with people who don't understand stuff.
Well, I'm telling you.
You just made your point.
You can't understand, but you gotta understand. But you can't talk three idiots.
Until they pull somebody over for driving 75, people are going to drive 75. And this is what is happening right now. They're not penalizing anybody, so people are going to keep doing it.
Okay.
You've upset him.
I think that was abundantly clear.
You go drive down there, and you're going to go down there and offer the guy whatever. You offer him a new car. You got his picture made in a new car, and then the mother says, well, the parents the wives of the coaches were real nice to me. They hugged me. I think we're going to move to Nashville now that he's getting this. That's not what the NIL is all about.
Well, it may not be what it's all about, but that doesn't make it illegal.
And it's going to cut down on the money that people give the school.
That is true.
It's going to cut down on it a great deal.
Yep.
And if every time you got two daughters going to school, I hear you talk about that all the time. And you brag on Montevallo all the time. And
yeah, Jim.
LT's going to have all these guys, and they go. They're not playing, but, you just can't jump from one school to another. You guys love the transfer portal. Transfer portal kills athletics. Kills it. You guys don't,
Well, it kills it from a coach's perspective, not from a player's. It's a rule.
No, not from your perspective.
Well,
but it also helps a lot of teams out. I mean, Texas Tech wouldn't be where they are right now.
Alabama wouldn't
have
been in
the Alabama. It helped Auburn out.
It helped Alabama out a ton.
Yeah.
Jamison Williams, they wouldn't have been in the championship game.
Well, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, y'all.
Well, I mean, I think Nick Saban's a pretty good coach. He chose to do it that way.
But you would do it that exactly.
By the way, Nick Saban was against it.
Yeah. Well, he sure is not acting like he is.
But Coach, if you were coaching
today, not if everybody else is going to do it.
Well, then he's not against it.
That's the point and cheat. You guys don't know jack crap about anything.
He is the coach, Wimp Sanderson. He's presented each week by the Riddleworks Division of Craneworks. Tell him about it, Coach.
Whether you have a at-home project coming up or a corporate construction job, you need to check out rentalworks.com.
You know what I love?
Well, let me get through.
Okay.
Go ahead. They have everything from landscaping equipment to excavators. Check out their full fleet on craneworks.com. David Upton's a good friend of mine. I enjoy doing those things, but that's hard to do. Pick those machines. That was pretty stupid of me.
Well, you did a great job, Coach. All right,
I did a great job.
You know what I love? You against NIL and then dropping a commercial on me. I like that. That's what I love. God bless America.
I love you, Coach.
All three of you take a hike.
That's the Coach, Wimp Sanderson, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Oh, all right. That is beautiful, beautiful Wimp Sanderson there talking a little basketball. The tournament continues tomorrow night. Don't forget to check out our EA UAW Bracket Challenge at nextroundlive.com. And don't forget to check out Rockstar's guy, Adam Mestre.
It's the Adam Mestre of MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Do the Braves have an arbitration problem, or is it no big deal at all? We'll talk about that next on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game and a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, if you're in the car buying or selling market, there is one place you've got to check out. That's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you instant cash offers for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, and uploading a few pics, and then bam, from their website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every state. For more information, check out that website, eawcars.net.
I do too.
I always think Succession when you play this bumper. It's that piano hit.
I get a little Dre with that too. Though.
Oh yeah, the piano hit.
I think this is rights-free, royalty-free.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, this is the best one you play, by the way.
They try to
opinion.
mimic as much as they can. Like you'll get a song that sounds like Coldplay.
Yeah.
And the song Kyle's name, Play Cold.
Hey, can we play certain? See, I'm still confused on what we can and can't play.
Almost nothing.
Benedict Mathurin, who is the best player on Arizona's team.
Oh, I've seen
that
this.
video.
Yeah, I mean this is.
It's starting to build now.
Yes.
And if he is suspended against Houston, they've got
Houston wins the game.
Issues.
No, Houston wins the game. Don't you think?
I think they do. I mean, he's their best player. I mean, he's going to be a lottery guy. And I just wonder when this video starts to go more and more viral. Can we play that video?
Have you seen this, Dunaway?
I have seen the video, him touching the cheerleader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I watch it, and one time I watch it, I'm like, it's accidental. And then I watch it again, and it's not accidental.
But it could be his girlfriend.
Well, she cheers for TCU. He plays for Arizona, so that's highly unlikely. But yes, it could be. It could be, yes.
I mean, she didn't have a reaction at all.
She really didn't.
Normally, girlfriend, you pat him on the ass, but he went a different direction with this one.
Part of our show today being brought to you by Exclusive Auto Wholesale, Pelham Parkway, and right there on Highway 31, and they're the proud sponsor of our Bracket Challenge at NextRoundLive.com.
Yeah, look, Drew Shields and his team, they do such a fantastic job. If you're in the market, if you're buying or selling, stop by, see the incredible showroom. Again, I'm in a 2021 Ford Bronco Badlands Edition. It's kind of a sunburst orange. The thing is incredible. It's completely loaded out. It's only got 1,100 miles on it. If you're interested, if you're in the market for a Bronco, you can buy this one that I'm driving right now at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. They are obsessed with making sure every client feels like a lifelong friend. The experience is second to none, and Exclusive Auto Wholesale makes it easy on the customer. At Exclusive Auto Wholesale, no more waiting around for 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team know that everyone's time matters, and they work efficiently to make sure every customer is 100% satisfied. To view EAW's inventory and those great 5-star reviews, go to eawcars.net. You can also stop by, see the incredible showroom. Tell them the Next Round sent you. If you're not blown away with the showroom, you can call me out on this. But I'm telling you, I got this Bronco right now that you can drive.
Yeah, absolutely. Great looking vehicle there and a great inventory right there on Highway 31 in Pelham. Do the Braves have an arbitration problem? It looks like if you just glance quickly that Austin Riley, friend of the show, Dansby Swanson, Adam Duvall, Mark Freed, Luke Jackson could all be going to arbitration. But if you look how far the team and the organization and the players are off, it's not that big a deal. Austin Riley wants $4.2 million. He was offered $3.95.
We're close there.
Dansby Swanson wants $10 million. He was offered $9.2 million.
I want to come back to him.
Adam Duvall wanted $10.2 million. They offered $9.2 million. Max Fried wants $6.85 million, was offered $6.6 million. Luke Jackson wants $4 million, was offered $3.6 million. Yeah. So all of those guys
really close.
Yeah, I mean, they're close on all of them. They may go to arbitration, they may not, but it looks like the Braves will be perfectly fine with their roster.
Dansby Swanson is interesting. I was talking to it was Doug Segrist. You guys know Doug, big Braves fan, and he was telling me, I was unaware of this, but apparently the chatter among Braves fans is that the Braves may just be done with Dansby Swanson when his deal is up because he's got the same agent as Freddie Freeman. And the Braves organization is not thrilled at all at the way this Freddie Freeman deal went with him going to the Dodgers. So they may be.
They should have given him the deal he wanted. Well, I mean, it's pretty simple.
But he took less money to go to the Dodgers, right? And I think they were frustrated at the fact that at the way it went at the very end, at what little communication they had with his side.
Yeah, but I think initially Freddie wanted a longer deal. I think
he wanted 6 years.
He wanted the 6-year
deal.
They
offered him 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably could have taken care of this early on.
I would say this, though, Brown. You don't cut your nose off and spite your face, whatever the saying is.
You don't cut your nose off to spite your face. But for a long time, I don't think, and this was not smart on the Braves' part, I don't think they dealt with Scott Boras for a very long time. And that's not smart because Scott Boras represents a lot of really good baseball players.
You got to attack this individually. Now, I would tell you that if my organization has young talent coming up at shortstop that maybe could be better than Dansby Swanson or equal to, then you can let that guy go, you know.
Tread lightly because Dansby's coming off his best year. I mean, full power was on display from a shortstop position last year.
I don't know if you guys saw it, but Chipper Jones went on 680 The Fan in Atlanta, and he said the same thing, how disappointed he was in Freddie and Freddie's representation. So that's clearly the Braves' stance on it, is that Freddie's guy didn't handle this the right way.
I would say this, though. I would say how disappointed was Freddie in the earlier part of his career with the Braves organization, the talent they were putting around him. Well, Chipper never had to deal with that. Chipper had a great group of players around him most of his career.
He did?
Yeah.
But if I'm...
Freddie was playing with AAA
at times he
Charlotte
was.
or whoever the AAA is for them.
Yeah, at times he was.
Yeah, so that, Freddie Freeman is going to play in L.A. and they won a championship. I'd just turn the page and thank Freddie like the Falcons thanked Matt Ryan
yesterday. You got Matt Olson coming in, so be happy about that.
That's right. You may have a better player than Freddie Freeman.
Freddie Freeman, he was asked about why can I not say his name?
Ndamukong Suh?
No, Alex Anthopoulos. Some of his comments and in his first press conference with the Dodgers, he goes, "Yeah, I saw him."
Yeah. Yeah.
There's some hard feelings there now, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. Braves in Tampa Bay, spring training today. You can watch it on Bally's or the Major League Baseball Network at 12:05 this afternoon. When we come back, Alabama Crimson Tide spring football. Charlie Potter is standing in queue. Part of the show being brought to you by Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling, Vulcan Gin. It's the official vodka of the 2022 World Games, which are just about 100 days away.
Yes, and Redmond Vodka, the official vodka of the next round here. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection, made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package store, including the Beverage Place and Pink Package. Also, ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmond Vodka.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery fifth hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll talk a little Alabama football with Charlie Potter to start off this hour in just a second. But first, let's do the headlines brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. It's time to get that lawn right, but don't forget about protecting that house as well.
No doubt. They handle it for us. All our pest prevention, termite protection, and our lawn. Get that Barefoot Good summer lawn. Our first month is free with Wayne's when you agree to a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement and use the code TNR. Do it by calling 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. Let Wayne's create your happy place. Use the code TNR for the next round. It helps us, and it helps you save. 866-WAYNES-1.
Bad injury for Kentucky football. They lose their DB, Vito Tisdale, to a major knee injury, ACL and meniscus tear. A 4-star corner, nickelback player, mostly nickel so far, but he was supposed to be a big contributor on the corner for them this year. So that's a big loss for Kentucky as they try to back up another 10-win season there. Also, you look around through camps, Billy Napier making an announcement yesterday that he's very impressed thus far with Jack Miller down in Gainesville. As you know, Emory Jones left and has gone to the portal, so it's a battle between Anthony Richardson and Jack Miller to be the quarterback down with the Florida Gators. We'll talk more football in just a second with Charlie Potter. Basketball last night, Talladega College ends up as the national runner-ups in the NAIA. They lose to Loyola, Louisiana, 71-56 to finish second there. NIT tonight with one SEC team, Wake Forest and Texas A&M at 6 on ESPN2.
You can follow Charlie on Twitter at Charlie_Potter, 24/7 Sports, Bama Online. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Charlie? How are you?
I'm great, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on. Jim mentioned a quarterback battle in Gainesville. You don't get one of those in Tuscaloosa. However, everybody always loves some good quarterback video, and we got some video of Ty Simpson. This guy is very highly regarded. He's only had a couple spring practices, but can you glean anything from what you've seen of him?
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the more interesting and underrated position battles for Alabama, is that backup quarterback spot, just because, you mentioned that there's not a competition at the top with Bryce Young coming back. Obviously, hasn't won the Heisman Trophy, but with Paul Tyson moving on to Arizona State, Alabama doesn't have a lot of experience beyond Bryce, and you kind of look to the future a little bit. You think that Bryce will probably turn pro after the season, so you're going to have to groom that next guy and get them ready. And Jalen Milroe's an interesting player. I think I wrote a story last week about players that have something to prove, and I think he's kind of the guy at the quarterback position because he is going to be pushed by Tyson. Ty's a talented player. Nick Saban had glowing things to say about him, I believe, on both signing days whenever we spoke to him in his press conference. And Ty also has the benefit of going through some playoff practices. He was the only incoming freshman that was on campus for the college football playoff and went through some practices in Tuscaloosa. So he already has a couple of other practices under his belt. And, I heard nothing but good things about him. It's early on. The first two practices so far, obviously Alabama hasn't been in full pads or anything. But, early on the young quarterbacks are usually the ones that get a lot of attention, especially the new guys. And, that battle between Simpson and Milroe, I think, will be interesting to watch and to see play out, especially come A-Day on April 16th. We actually get to see them kind of do some stuff, even though they won't be able to be sacked or hit or anything. We'll get to see them throw against competition, and that'll be interesting to see how those guys develop.
Hey, Charlie, for a team that's going to be favored to win a national championship, there's a lot of offensive questions. And, let's start with wide receiver. When you lose two guys in Jamison Williams and John Mechie that combined for 175 receptions, over 2,500 yards, people want to know who that next guy is going to be after watching basically a decade of dominant wide receivers under Nick Saban. If you had to pick, a couple of go-to guys right now, who are they?
Yeah, it's really a shame that we won't get to see Ja'Cory Brooks this spring. Nick Saban said he's not going to be out there. He's one of three guys that won't participate in anything this spring because of injury, and I think he would be someone that could. I still think you can pencil him in as a starter in the fall, but not having these reps and continuing to build that chemistry with Bryce Young is not ideal for him. But I think bringing in a guy like Jermaine Burton from Georgia, I don't think he was brought in just to compete. I think he's going to probably make an immediate impact, and Bryce had good things to say about him on Monday when we spoke to him. Nick Saban, went out of his way to talk about the transfers after spring practice number 1 and talked about how impressive all three of those were. And Jermaine Burton obviously going into a position that has 3 open spots with all 3 starters moving on, including Slade Bolden. So of the healthy guys this spring, I think the ones that can really start to lock down some spots are, Jermaine Burton, obviously. I look at a guy like Trayshawn Holden, who's going into his 3rd year in the program. You saw him some last year as a reserve, kind of one of the first guys off the bench in some games. And, he and Bryce have a strong rapport. They've been on campus the same amount of time. They've worked together, thrown together, and you can kind of tell that. I think last year's A-Day game, Trayshawn Holden led the team in targets and receptions. So he's someone that, Bryce looks to more often than not whenever, guys like Jamison Williams and John Mechie aren't on the field. So beyond that, though, it's tough. You're right. Wide receiver is a big question mark. I know a lot of fans want to see stuff from Agiye Hall, but, we'll see if he can put it together. They have some other younger players on the roster. I think Thayer Jones-Bell is another guy that's been in the program for a bit that can maybe take advantage of a guy like Ja'Cory Brooks not being on the field. But then you look at Christian Leary, JoJo Earl, the newcomers, Aaron Anderson, Kendrick Law. They're all going to have an opportunity. I think that's the big thing, is that they're going to mix guys around and see, who is going to be a viable option as a receiving threat for this team. And, the spring, the summer, the preseason, it's going to go a long way in deciding that, because it's pretty wide open at wide receiver.
Yeah, but Charlie, we can't talk about that room without talking about attitude, right? Nick Saban put him on notice after the national championship loss in his speaking engagement. Do you expect that room to stay together, or when spring practice is over with, do you expect to see one or more guys hit the transfer portal?
Yeah, it'll obviously depend on how things play out, and if guys are pleased, I guess, with their spot in the pecking order. That wouldn't shock me at all, especially in today's college football. Spring goes a long way in deciding, whether guys want to enter the portal or not. And I think wide receiver will certainly be a position to watch in Tuscaloosa. And, that's something I have a long list of questions because you guys know in these press conferences, especially now that they're back in person, it's tough to get in multiple questions from Nick Saban. But the wide receiver is at the top of my list for this evening and the future press conferences we have. And one of the things is just what does he want to see from them, not only from an on-the-field perspective, but from a maturity perspective? Because you're right. I mean, I don't know if he necessarily wanted that video to get out from that Alabama coaches clinic, but it's really not anything different than he said last year. He was really looking for those wide receivers to come along and to both progress as producers in the offense, but then also just develop maturity-wise. And the way that he was disappointed in them not taking advantage of the opportunities they were given in the national championship game when Mechie and Jameson were both out. I think that says a lot about where that group stands from that standpoint.
Charlie Potter is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You can follow him on Twitter at Charlie_Potter, and you can read him at Bama Online, part of 24/7 Sports. How would you handicap the race to start next to Henry To'oTo'o at that other linebacker spot?
Yeah, it's another interesting one. I think right now I'd have to give the upper hand to Jalen Moody just because he's coming back as a super senior, 1 of 2 on the team. And, he entered the portal after the season but chose to come back. And, that's a situation where if it doesn't play out the way he wants in the spring, then he could enter the portal again and look elsewhere and try to play somewhere as a grad student his final year of college. So I would give the upper hand to him right now. But I think there's several other guys worth mentioning. I think Deontay Lawson's the first one to come to mind. Actually last year in the 8A game because they had some guys out and Henry To'oTo'o wasn't on campus yet. The 2 first-team inside linebackers for that first-team defense were Jalen Moody and Deontay Lawson. So Lawson's the guy I think this coaching staff is really high on. He still has that brace on that knee, and he had it for most of the year last year. So we'll see if that hampers him at all. But I think he's a name certainly to watch. I think Kendrick Blackshire, the second-year player, who's just a physical specimen and really made some plays on kickoff coverage last year, which is kind of where you see some of those inside linebackers start to cut their teeth a little bit, is another one. I would think DeMoy Kennedy, but he's been working some with the outside linebacker. I don't know if he's flip-flopping in between both or working solely there. But then, a young guy like Jahad Campbell. Our publisher, Tim Watts, has been high on him since he signed with Alabama. Nick Saban had nothing but great things to say about him on National Signing Day. So if there was like a newcomer, I think as the dark horse to watch, I would name him. But for me, it's Jalen Moody, and then maybe like a 1A or very close B would be Deontay Lawson.
With Alabama losing both their offensive tackles, including Evan Neal, where are J.C. Latham and Tommy Brockermeyer right now?
Yeah, I think that's something a lot of fans want to know. For me, we talk a lot about the wide receivers, but I think the offensive line is the number one question for this team going into the off season. And they just get this mainly because they don't have a lot of experience there. The interior has a lot of guys that have played first team minutes or just at least some football in an Alabama uniform. So it sounds like Alabama's getting creative with guys like Kendall Randolph working some at tackle. They've moved Javian Cohen out to tackle to get a look there. They're trying to decide if a guy like Damian George can play tackle or guard. That's kind of the theme for a lot of these players. Are you a tackle or are you a guard? They're trying to see where they want to put these guys and get them to focus on a certain position. But I think J.C. Latham's right there in the mix. We've seen some of the bits of footage Alabama's put out for practice, and it looks like Latham's worked some at right guard, but he can obviously move out to tackle as well, being as big as he is. And with Tommy Brockermeyer, I think last year he was hurt a little bit. I think the second half of the season he was in street clothes, so that's never ideal. So this is a big spring for him. You would think with 2 offensive tackles being the top 2 players of their position in the country from only a year ago, that they would be able to maybe just slide in and step into those starting roles with both of them being open. But that's not necessarily the case. I think there's 5 or 6 guys that are going to be vying for those positions. I think I named all of them, maybe, but Amari Kite, who's been in the program for a while now. So it's really anybody's guess at offensive tackle. I think Kendall Randolph being a sixth-year senior coming in would be someone to certainly watch. But Alabama also doesn't have a ton of depth at tight end, and we know that Randolph sort of filled that pseudo tight end role the last couple of years. Cohen's interesting just because he started at left guard last year, but moving him out to left tackle, right tackle, wherever he is, maybe that opens up an opportunity for a guy like J.C. Latham to earn some first-team minutes and lock down a starting role at one of the guard spots. So it's really anybody's guess. I think it's pretty wide open on the offensive line, but that's going to be important to figure out. I mean, the two biggest question marks on offense are directly tied to Bryce Young. You got to block for him and give him time to throw, and then he has to have somebody to throw to. And I think it's neck and neck for offensive line and wide receiver is the maybe question marks or maybe even concerns for this offense this spring.
Hats off to Brian Robinson last year. B-Rob did an amazing job. I cannot remember, and you, Charlie, you know me, I'm old. I can't remember Alabama's running back room being as thin as it was last year. How is that room as they get into spring here? Do you think it goes back to having the normal depth that a Nick Saban running back room usually has?
Yeah, more normal than last year. You're right, because you had a wide receiver, a linebacker, spending the second half of the season working with the running backs. But I think it was good that Nick Saban didn't mention Jace McClellan or Roydell Williams as guys that are going to miss all the spring. And he, made sure to temper expectations a little bit and say that there are guys that are going to be participating in portions of practice, and they're going to see how those guys develop over time. But it sounds at the very least that both McClellan and Roydell Williams are able to do some things. I think Jace will be a guy that's competing for that number one spot with Brian Robinson moving on. But then, adding a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs from, Georgia Tech, that's another player that wasn't brought in just to, fill a depth role. I think he's going to be someone that's going to be a big part of this offense. He's a versatile player as a runner, receiver. He can also return kickoffs, so that'd be something else to watch. But, you got Trey Sanders back as really the most experienced returner, which says a lot because, Trey's dealt with a hell of a lot of stuff during his time at Alabama. And then you add in an early enrollee in Jamarian Miller. So, yeah, the depth is much better. I don't think it's at 100% just in terms of health. And then you're obviously going to add a guy in the summer, and Emmanuel Henderson, an in-state prospect. But, I think running back, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out in 8A because I don't know if we'll see much from McClellan and Williams. So that leaves, 3 scholarship backs. That's not a ton for an 8A game where the quarterback's not getting touched. So it's going to be plenty of opportunities, I think, nonetheless, for those guys. But, just how players like Gibbs and Sanders and some of these guys that have been banged up, how they kind of, fall in the pecking order will be pretty intriguing to follow, just given that you're right, there weren't a ton of able bodies last year, and Brian Robinson certainly carried the load for Alabama.
All right, go do this. Follow Charlie on Twitter at Charlie_Potter. Read him at Bama Online, part of 24/7 Sports. Charlie, man, thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, man. Take care. Charlie Potter covering the Alabama Crimson Tide with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Hey, don't forget that big tent is up at Nichols Outfitters. That means there's big savings at Nichols Outfitters as always, but even bigger right now. 50% or more through April 1 on brands like Cool, Badlands, Columbia, Drake. Also, archery bows and arrows, select firearms, boots, shoes, all of that under the big tent at Nichols Outfitters through April 1. Just off I-65 in Pelham, it's Nichols Outfitters.
I'll say this, and this is going to make us late for the next segment. We got to get into it here. There's no way this happens.
Oh, I think it's happening.
Brown is reacting to Adam Schefter's report that things are stalling in one NFL franchise with
I'm excited about this, Jim Dunaway.
I wanted to tease it. I wanted to tease it. No.
Okay,
Get
Lance,
it out. Get it out.
If there was one player the Chiefs wouldn't trade, who would it be?
It would be Pat Mahomes.
If there were 2 players the Chiefs wouldn't trade, who would number 2 be?
Travis Kelce.
Okay. Damn. What about number 3?
Tyreek Hill.
There you go. I thought he might be
Turn the lights on. Tyreek Hill.
Hey, according to Shefty, the Dolphins and the Jets are close to executing a trade for Tyreek Hill.
No way.
Okay.
Could you imagine Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle on the same team?
Oh, it'd be fantastic.
Oh, my gosh.
Who's throwing it to him?
Huh?
Yeah. Who's throwing it to him?
Doesn't matter.
Not Jared Goff.
Direct snap to one or the other.
Not Jared Goff. Hey, look, if Tua, listen. If Tua can't make it with Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill, he ain't cut out to be. I think that would prove it to you, right? That he's not an NFL quarterback.
If Tua can't make it with two of the best space eaters in all of the NFL.
Can you imagine a faster group of receivers than Jalen Waddle and
get
Tyreek Hill?
Armstead to protect Tua.
I know they just got a left tackle done away.
Yeah. So that's a big get for Mike McDaniel and your organization, and to get a guy that can stretch defenses like Tyreek.
Buddy.
The team to beat this year is Miami. It's not going to happen. You can get all excited.
If you get Tyreek
is not going to be a Dolphin. You can get all excited.
Well, even if he is, I still wouldn't put the Dolphins as one of the 7 playoff teams just because the AFC is so loaded.
I'd make them the favorite in the East.
Over Buffalo?
Yes. You see those receivers, man?
Okay. How drunk is Brown and more on this potential trade and how it could implode like what was the cartoon that had it was the Roadrunner and Coyote?
This to me. Did I ever do this to you with Tom Brady? No. Jim, I was cheering for you to get Brady and be
this
good.
way. Brady still might retire again.
Yeah, why do you have to piss on the parade, Jim?
When we come back, how this could be Coyote. Brown could be the Coyote, and the Roadrunner is Adam Schefter making this blow up in Brown's face. Part of our show is brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Whether it's plumbing, heating, cooling, Hemp Hill can be there for you, LT.
Yes, Dunaway. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, the first call you need to make is the team at Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew. They are the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor. Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
We've got Brown in a seatbelt so that we can do the viewing menu before we get back into the discussion about Jalen Waddle going to the Jets.
You don't know how excited I am about this. Waddle is not going to be part of the trade. Y'all can try to fool me on that all you want. I am not an idiot.
No, look, I
They're
don't
not
think
trading Jalen Waddle.
Well, there's no way coming off a rookie season where he goes 1,000 yards.
Him and Reed are trying to bait me into believing that.
No, but how do you know the Jets?
Not true.
How do you know the Jets don't get Tyreek? And why do the Chiefs want to give Tyreek up?
The Jets aren't getting him. The Jets are awful.
And I don't believe the Chiefs will end up giving
Tyreek up. I think it's a deal where they don't know that they're going to be able to re-sign him. I think that's going to be the problem for whoever gets him, is you're going to have to pay him a lot of money.
Yes. Schefter's report is the negotiations have stalled between the Chiefs, so they're looking to trade him because they don't want to lose him to free agency. Get nothing for him.
Yeah, get something for him while you can. Right.
Yeah, but I think he's still under contract this 1 year.
That is it. Yeah. But they don't think they can get it done. They just think the gulf's going to be too wide. They're paying their quarterback a fortune.
Yeah, again, I don't want to miss another window, though, man. I almost let it play out this year.
That's right, because at some point, Patrick Mahomes is going to start going the other way, and Kelsey's going to retire, and so is going to move on. Your windows are so close to try to win another one of these things. The viewing menu every day is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. We gave our first T-shirt winner away yesterday. That competition continues, though. And just because we gave a winner yesterday doesn't mean those that have been submitted are out for the winning the next one. That was just the first win we sent out yesterday.
Yeah, I think we've got some in the bank that probably will ultimately be winners. Again, we're going to be doing this, every month or so up until football season. So continue to submit. Go to nextroundlive.com, submit and win. Are we going to do this? How do you foresee this? Maybe back of shirt and then.
I kind of like that one. I like the logo on the front and then that on the back.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I like that. Maybe even do a pocket shirt. Do you guys like a pocket T-shirt with the logo on the pocket and then that on the back?
I did say the kids will not wear this. This will be more for our diehard fans.
Yeah, I would agree. My wife noticed the Batman thing on Rockstar's head.
I showed it to Jack yesterday, and Jack was like, it's cool, but I don't think I'm going to wear it to school.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jack.
My wife's
cool for somebody else.
My wife's first impressions was, your hands are not that big to me.
Are you Kenny Pickett? Those small hands?
She's like, your hands are enormous in that picture.
It's such a good-looking
it really is. Thing, I mean, again, everything's pretty spot on.
I think we go pocket.
Except Dunaway looking like he knows how to play poker.
Right there. Are you giving the hand up or are you winning the hand? right there, Dunaway.
That's me folding. You can tell those are two sucky cards.
There's way too many chips in front of you.
Yeah. That's true. Those are your chips. Those are mine. All right, Rockstar, what are you watching?
Yeah, there's a documentary on 8 p.m. on Access TV. It's a new documentary called What is Classic Rock? It's a question I've always asked. A documentary seeking to answer the question that's become more divisive recently. Classic rock still refers to 70s bands as Led Zeppelin, The Doors, and The Beatles, but others would include 90s grunge bands.
See, I disagree. I think it's its own genre, and I think it's more from the 70s into maybe the early 80s. But I think a more interesting question, and my older brother, who turned me on to a lot of different music when I was a kid, he brought up, is rock and roll really dead? Like, are there going to be rock and roll bands moving forward? And it's a really good question because most of our today's artists get discovered on TikTok. You don't have full-fledged rock bands anymore, and I don't know if you'll ever have really good rock bands again.
It's hard. It's a fading genre. Like, and there's a lot of single artists that have a backing band, which is not the same. Like Kelly Clarkson, for example, she's a singer, but she has a backing band. There's really talented studio musicians.
I think historically you'll have classic rock and 90s rock. I think that's how you'll separate.
Where do you put the 80s rock? Where do you put like Guns N' Roses and?
See, because I remember when we were working in radio. Back in the day before they launched Talk 99.5, Rock 99 was a classic rock station. And I remember when they added like Guns N' Roses and Metallica. And I'm like,
it sounded weird.
I'm like, you can't call that classic rock.
Yeah, I almost go classic rock, 80s rock, and 90s rock.
Yeah,
and
maybe
then you just
so.
don't have any more rock. Yeah. But I mean, you grew up in bands.
Mm-hmm.
Are there bands around high schools now?
Oh, God, I don't know. Like, that's another thing.
That's a good question. I don't think so.
I'm a musician that doesn't go to a lot of live music stuff.
Yeah.
Dunaway's the question for that. That's what. Oh, there are a lot of live bands out there.
Well, I was going to look. Are there live bands?
Rock bands.
Yeah, rock bands.
Yeah, the garage band, basically.
I mean, you're going to have alternative bands forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not really what you would call rock bands, no.
Because I think a lot of people are, there's so many genres out there. They're trying to define different types of rock. There's garage rock. There's underground rock.
I will say one of our long time listeners, Laughing Tim, up in Fort Payne, Alabama. You guys know who I'm talking about. He's called the show before, emails us, sends us tweets and stuff. His son was in a band, and they're making it now. Like they had, up in Fort Payne, they had a garage band, basically. And he's also drummed some for Alabama, if I'm not mistaken.
But is it more of a country?
No, I think, I'll have to ask. I don't really know, Lance. I thought he was going to send me, I'll see if I can reach out and contact him and get some of their music. But I think they were doing a little bit of rock.
Where are you on Arcade Fire? Are you familiar with Arcade Fire?
A little bit.
Okay,
yeah.
that's sort of an ensemble of instruments.
Well, it's hard.
Ensemble of instruments.
I've never heard of Arcade Fire.
You got a huge band like Coldplay. They're not rock.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
But that's a same four guys. It's a huge band. That's huge. Maroon 5 is basically Adam Levine with Maroon 4.
What makes it a rock band to you? Just the guitar?
I don't know. Like I'm trying to think of Pearl Jam is a rock band, but they're considered grunge, which they're not.
But
Kings
I think
of Leon is a rock band.
Yeah,
Kings of Leon I would put into. I mean, alternative rock is a rock band.
Correct. Because there's just so many different genres of rock.
But how many alternative rock bands are out there right now?
A lot, but not are popular.
Well, Maxwell says Greta Van Fleet sounds like Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
So they would have to be. Yeah.
They're coming here soon. But
are they?
That is classic rock. The way they sound sounds like classic rock.
Yeah.
But
you're right.
Weezer is a rock
Weezer,
band. They've got a new hit out, A Little Bit of Love. I'm looking at New Music Friday. I just went there. Arcade Fire has a new song that's out.
I like some of Weezer's stuff, but it's a little poppy to be rock to me.
Yeah.
Like listening to Beverly Hills.
Yeah, I'm not a big. Do you like that song?
I mean, it's okay. It's unique.
It's basically the Joker.
Steve
Miller Band. It's basically
to me, Muse is a rock band.
Muse is a great band.
Yep. They have a new song out, Compliance, as I look at New Music Friday here.
I love New Music Friday.
Yeah, no, but that's where I listen to a lot of music. Now,
I agree. Did you get your, what's it called?
Now, I've gone 50 deep, and I've given you 3 rock bands to your point. Now, a lot of New Music Friday is rap and a little country, but most of it is rap or pop.
Where are you looking right now?
On Spotify.
On your Spotify, do you have your, let me find it. It's on your release radar. I want to hear what's on your release radar.
Well,
because it's what you listen to.
Oh, no, he's so embarrassed by it.
No, I haven't looked, but remember, I'm also playing. I'm playing What's in the Lobby every day when you walk in.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm trying to hit Mr. Mr. Counting Crows over here. So how do I find my?
Is that a shot at me because I like 90s rock? Yeah.
No, I love 90s rock too.
Black Crows.
You go to
Black
search.
Crows.
You go to
I like
search
Counting Crows too.
where the new releases are, and then there's New Music Friday. Then there's another one called Release Radar,
Mm-hmm.
and it's one that's like something that would appeal to you.
So that's basically they're using the algorithm to say this is what Dunaway would like. Yeah.
Like for some reason, I got a Nightingale Sing in Berkeley Square by Michael Bublé. Never listen to Michael Bublé.
Michael Bublé.
I am not seeing.
Thought you were straight.
Release Radar.
It's a combination of your feelings, right?
Yeah.
Also, Tears for Fears have a new album out, and a couple of those songs are really like the band is reunited.
I was about to say I had no idea Tears for Fears was still together.
I mean, those guys got to be mid-60s
Yeah,
now.
they do. They haven't released anything together since the mid-90s.
Okay, I've just found it. Joss Stone, who I like a lot.
Well, this is for you.
Yeah.
They're one for one.
They
Rockstar.
know me really well.
Yeah.
Vance Joy, who I enjoy. There's Coldplay. Johnny Swim, who I like.
Oh, you're selling my wife.
Boy, this is really good. Def Leppard is on here.
See, they do a lot of remixes. Like I got another one, Hold On to Yourself by Daryl Hall and John Oates, 5 days ago.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to start using this, Rockstar.
Yeah.
I like the first 5 songs I did there. I like that. Sasha Sloan's on there. I like her.
No idea.
JP Sachs.
Yeah.
JP Sachs got new stuff? No, I don't know.
You got a lot of artists I have no idea.
Oh, and once you look at the new releases, you'll be like, no idea. No idea.
JP Sachs' birthday today. He has a great song. If the world was ending, you'd come over, right?
No, I can stay at my house. I'm not going to go out.
It's a love song.
Have you seen Johnny Swim in concert? I mean, that is love making music right there. I figured you'd like it. Because I know my wife
loves it.
My wife loves it, so I knew you would like it too.
That wasn't a punchline to a joke.
No,
your wife loves it.
I know. I've been to a
Johnny
concert
Swim
with
one dude?
No, it's a husband-wife combo.
Husband-wife.
Oh, okay.
And I think the
Do they
wife...
sing to each other?
The wife is
the daughter of
Gloria,
Donna Summer?
Donna Summer's daughter, yeah. Not
Donna
Gloria
Summer's
Gaynor.
daughter.
Now, would they, very talented Donna Summer, would they
His wife's
actually
good, too.
look at the couple, or would they back to couple when they're playing
No,
in the
no,
bedroom?
no. They're, what do you mean by that?
If they went rock star.
If they're getting $1,000 to be in the bedroom and just play live.
Oh, I really don't know.
Yeah.
That'd be $1,000 well spent, though. They're good.
Yeah. All right. That's what Rockstar is watching tonight. Part of the show today also being brought to you by the great folks at Bromberg's. If you're looking for that special gift for Rockstar's visit to the bedroom, Bromberg's can get you a gift for anything.
Yeah, they can. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds. They are your diamond experts. If you're looking to pop the question this year, you need to go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online right now. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, so here we go. Back to the story that has Brown's attitude changing than the first 60 minutes of the show. He got really engaged in the show in the last 18 minutes. Yeah. That's because there's a discussion that Tyreek Hill could be on the trading blocks with the Chiefs. So I'll ask you first. You're more of the NFL roster connoisseur. Why would the Chiefs give up Tyreek Hill? It seems like they're giving up their chance to win a Super Bowl.
I didn't realize that the contract discussions had gotten this deep on Tyreek Hill. I didn't realize that he was this upset. I'm sure he feels like he believes to be paid like one of the top 3 or 4 wide receivers in football. I mean,
but is he one of the top 3 or 4 wide receivers in football? I think he is.
I think he probably is. They just added Juju Smith, I think, on a 1-year deal. You've got Mecole, who's a burner. But, boy, man, you miss such an element without Tyreek Hill. I mean, he was the guy that everyone feared. Travis Kelce was your consistent go-to guy. But Tyreek was the guy that you always feared was going to get behind somebody, and it seemed like every game he would find an opportunity to get behind a defense.
Brown, as I watch the Chiefs, just in my head right now, if I'm playing back Chiefs memories, to me, it's Tyreek coming in motion one way or Tyreek going in motion the other way, much the way your Dolphins started to use Waddle, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would almost have not 2 Waddles because Tyreek Hill's a better player than Waddle. I guess you'd have 2 Tyreek Hills maybe. Maybe that's the way of putting it. I mean, most teams don't even have one. You would have 2 guys that have that skill set. They did a lot of things with Jalen Waddle, and this, Mike McDaniel's a more, at least believed to be a better offensive mind than anything the Dolphins have had since Waddle has been there.
Now, here's an element that I didn't realize. The Dolphins, your assistant general manager, Marvin Allen, was the Chiefs director of college scouting from 13 to 17 when they drafted Tyreek Hill.
And remember, Tyreek had some baggage, and that's probably feels like he owes him something.
Yeah, I mean, look, Tyreek's had an incredible career. I mean, he's stayed pretty clean since he's actually been with the Chiefs. 6 consecutive, all 6 seasons he's made a Pro Bowl. I didn't realize this. Garrick Dieter is still on the Chiefs roster.
Former Alabama player, yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I always thought that he would be on an NFL roster. I didn't realize he'd last this long.
Yeah, I think he's primarily been practice squad.
He has been.
Yeah, I don't know how often he's actually been active on a game day.
So to reset, if you missed the story from the last segment, Adam Schefter is reporting that the Jets and Dolphins are in serious talks to trade for Chiefs wide receiver Tyreek Hill. That according to league sources. Hill and the Chiefs, right, Adam, are mulling what to do, but Hill's time in KC looks like it could be coming to an end. So Adam is making it sound like it is almost to the point of no return. When you read his report that Jets and Dolphins are in serious talks to trade for the Chiefs' Tyreek Hill, do you read Jets or Dolphins, or Jets and Dolphins, as in this is going to be somehow a three-way trade?
I read Jets or Dolphins. I think both teams are trying to get Tyreek Hill, and the Chiefs trying to get the best deal out of it. Or only one of the teams is involved, and the Chiefs are leaking that another team is heavily involved to try to get more out of the Dolphins and the Jets.
And if you're Tyreek, where do you want to go? Like
Miami.
I don't know who the better quarterback's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be Zach Wilson or Tua. But New York's a market that is appealing to a lot of these guys. And
so is South Beach, though.
Oh, it is, no doubt. New York needs him more.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
I mean, right now you've got Elijah Moore, who was a rookie last year. Remember, I had him out of Ole Miss. Braxton Berrios. I mean, if you watch the Jets play at all, I mean, he was a guy that would be a little bit of a factor, but they've got nothing resembling Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
And at least Kansas City, they've still got weapons if they were to get rid of Tyreek. The Dolphins have a weapon in Jalen Waddle.
But
New York needs him the most.
Yeah.
Well, no doubt they do, but we can sit here and say that if the Dolphins get Tyreek Hill, they're a playoff team. If the Jets get Tyreek Hill, I'm not sure they're a playoff team.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
With his defense, with Miami's defense, I feel like they're an offense away from being good. And you correct me, you watch every Dolphins play. Having Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle helps Tua Tagovailoa, who has struggled to throw the ball deep.
Yeah, well, I mean,
some of that may be protection, but he's had a hard time throwing it deep.
It's protection. It's been play design. Chan Gailey wouldn't let him throw it deep. They've not really had a deep threat because. I mean, Will Fuller got hurt. I mean, they thought Will Fuller could be that guy, or at least free Jalen Waddle up to be that guy. And Will Fuller was never healthy. You were down Devontae Parker some last year. They just never had the deep threat.
Yeah, but even with Tyreek Hill, I would still put 9 teams in the AFC above Miami, maybe even 11 teams.
Okay, tell me that list when we come back, because you're really throwing Miami down the chute there.
I hadn't seen it.
12, if you're putting them 12,
but you'll understand. Again, the AFC is it's what you don't want to navigate. That's why I was so excited that Tom Brady was taking off and that Aaron Rodgers might have gone to the AFC, because the NFC is just wide open right now. The AFC it's a gauntlet.
Okay, so let's take a look at that list and a little bit more on this, because it could impact a very popular Alabama player. 2 of them, and Tua Tagovailoa and Jalen Waddle, if Tyreek Hill is on the move. We'll continue the football conversation. Our next guest is Todd Fuhrman at 12 noon to tell you how to make plays on the Sweet 16. Some of you enter Sweet 16 brackets. You don't even do a bracket, or you get into a different tournament just for the Sweet 16. I've never understood that, but some of you do that, and you enjoy that. Fuhrman will tell you who to play in the Thursday, Friday games.
You would do it right now if we got one going. They're actually fun to do, because especially if you've got a bad bracket. I brought this up Monday when you were gone, and then I rethought it, and I backed up from it. But I said, let's redo the Sweet 16, and if I lose, I'm willing to go international.
Right.
And you
Lance
guys
did
would
make that
just
offer.
go lower 48.
Yeah.
But then I thought more about it, and the chances of getting back and all that kind of stuff get really difficult.
I was going to send Lance to Ukraine.
No, there's some problems going on.
Are there not? Was that a bad idea?
Turn on the news channel, man. Come on, dude. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation about the big story out there. Part of the conversation always about the University of Montevallo. If you got a son or daughter that's approaching those college age years right now, then think about the University of Montevallo, a great liberal arts school right here in Alabama. They have not raised the tuition now for 5 years. They just passed, the board just passed again that they're not raising it for the upcoming 2022-2023 academic year. So tuition is staying exactly where it is at Montevallo. That's a great price point. U.S. News and World Report raves about the tuition price and what you get for that tuition at Montevallo. You can get more details at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. A great diverse student body. 75 majors. That list is growing. The buildings are going up down there. New theater, new business, new communications department. Great facilities for NCAA Division II scholarship sports. Schedule an in-person tour right now at montevallo.edu. montevallo.edu.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
NASCAR season is off to a fantastic start, and they'll be rolling to Talladega here pretty soon.
April 24th, that's the Geico 500, 2 o'clock start. You can go see the next gen car on the banks of Talladega for the first time ever in that Geico 500. When you do, get the garage experience. Take my word for it. Access to the NASCAR Cup Series garage, bay viewing areas. You're right on top of the action, pre-race ceremonies. You can see more on that and get tickets, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That is TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Or call this number, 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's the number 2. 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's 877-462-3342. Go see the Geico 500 at the Talladega Superspeedway.
Yeah, they're heading to the circuit of the Americas this weekend. It's always a very interesting run around there, and that's happening on Sunday in Fox and not too far away from the trip over to Talladega. So a lot of different courses before they hit the super speedway over at Talladega again, and always excited with our folks at NASCAR. Basketball returns tomorrow night with the NCAA Sweet 16. Our bracket challenge continues thanks to our friends at EAW right now at nextroundlive.com. Go check and see where you are, and give us a comment there and let us know how your bracket is doing. If you think you can make it into the prize zone there at EAW and the bracket challenge as it continues on. We're talking football here right now because of the potential of one of the bigger players in the NFL moving on. And as Tyler points out, one of our great sponsors there, you heard his spot in the commercial break, Tyler Bigbie, saying Bart Scott's pick on the Chiefs not making the playoffs seems more legit now, doesn't it?
Well, without Tyreek Hill, I'll go with a weak quarterback like Pat Mahomes. I mean, from 12-5, even without Hill, they maybe drop a game or two, but they're still a double-digit win team.
So you think losing Tyreek Hill, if they don't somehow back that up with a playmaker themselves, that you don't think that's more than just a 1-game, 2-game swing, not having Tyreek Hill?
I mean, I really don't. Wow. I mean, again, you're out there, you signed a guy like Juju, not that Juju's the game breaker that Tyreek is. Mecole could be one of those guys. He's not going to be Tyreek Hill. But again, the Rams had the Offensive Player of the Year in 2018 and Todd Gurley. They really didn't have a running back to speak of this year, and they were fine. So you lose somebody that's that impactful, you can survive that. But I want to get back to...
I got to hear all these teams you got better than the Dolphins who missed the game by the playoffs by 1 game.
But there were 10 teams that had the same record or better than the Dolphins. So, okay, Buffalo's better.
All right, I agree.
Baltimore and Cincinnati, I think, are better. Baltimore had the worst record last year, but Lamar couldn't stay healthy.
They did. With a healthy Lamar Jackson, I agree with you on those two. All right, we got, what's that, 3? We're up to 3.
Kansas City.
Yes, still better.
Tennessee.
They were the 1 seed, still better.
I will go the Raiders.
With Devontae Adams, I will say the Raiders are still better. Raiders.
I'll go Patriots.
Dolphins split with them last year. I'm not going to go there. I don't think you're right on that.
They were a game better. I'll still go Patriots.
Dolphins split with them 1 game better. No.
I will go Colts. I think Matt Ryan's a better quarterback right now, and they've got a better roster.
That's tight. Oh, go Colts. They missed the playoffs. I
like the Colts better than I do the Raiders because that AFC West right now. I mean,
I hadn't even gotten down to it. The Broncos at 7-10 are better with Russell Wilson.
I'm not sure the Raiders are. I mean, record-wise, because you're going to have to play. You're going to play the Broncos twice, Chiefs twice, and Chargers twice.
Yeah, but
6 losses.
But last year they were 10-7 in that division. Yeah. I think the Raiders and the Dolphins are really close. I feel good about the Bills, the Patriots, the Bengals, the Browns with Deshaun Watson, the Ravens 5, the Titans 6, the Colts 7, the Chiefs 8. The Chargers 9, Broncos 10. I'll go the Miami Dolphins, the 11th best team in the AFC.
That's what I mean. The Dolphins beat the Patriots twice head-to-head last year. So, I mean, that's a weird one to make the argument on. They beat them twice head-to-head, and they're adding Tyreek Hill. So, I disagree with you on the Patriots wholeheartedly.
But I do think Mac, my opinion, is going to be a better quarterback than Tua. It's still Bill Belichick, and they still had a better record last year. They still made the postseason.
They did.
But did they lose their offensive coordinator?
They did.
Josh McDaniels?
Yeah. Where'd he go?
They lose coordinators all the time. He went to the Raiders.
The Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting there that many people are in your mind.
So do you think Dolphins are playoffs with Tyreek Hill?
I do, yes. I mean, they were a game away this year.
I think
you don't think adding Tyreek Hill makes a difference? And a left, and I mean,
yeah, but
Armstead
again,
at left
the
tackle.
Chargers were a game away. The Broncos weren't in the postseason last year. The Ravens weren't in the postseason. All three of those teams are better.
Well, we do this every offseason. We flip the NFL playoffs almost 50%, right?
Look, Cincinnati. I wouldn't have said this about Cincinnati last year, and they were in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and
they could get there. I'm just saying, in my opinion, right now, even with Tyreek Hill, I think the Dolphins are the 9th or 10th best team in that AFC.
And didn't Pittsburgh sneak into the playoffs?
They did.
Year? Okay, put them out this year. Okay, so that's one team that would be out. Who else was in the playoffs?
I mean, you could argue the Patriots.
Yeah, you could argue the Patriots.
Yeah. I mean, you could argue a lot of teams.
The Raiders.
You could argue the Raiders.
But again, I think the Chargers are going to be better. Broncos are going to be better. The Ravens are going to be whole again.
Yeah.
Well, it has been one of those weird free agent years so far, as Marcus Spears points out on Twitter, that the NFL free agency is drunk now. With this Tyreek Hill news and all the quarterback movements, it's been one of those where it seems like every NFL team is getting so much better, right? I mean, the Rams are the world champions. Now the Bucs get Brady back. Oh, all of a sudden the Broncos get Russell Wilson, their playoff team. The Chargers get all these defensive stars to make them a playoff team. Oh, and here comes Cleveland getting Deshaun Watson, their playoff team.
Stephon Diggs just tweeted, the Buffalo Bills receiver, for those who don't know, Stephon Diggs, just tweeted, "The hell's going on?"
Yeah.
He's got to be wondering, right?
I mean,
Wait a minute.
That's what I'm thinking.
We had this division on lockdown.
Well,
all of
and
a sudden, Tyreek Hill's
he
coming?
was on lockdown as the best receiver in that division.
He was.
And now Tyreek comes in.
Yes.
You can make the argument that Tyreek's the best receiver in that division.
I mean, if you're a Browns fan, you're getting Deshaun Watson. You're expecting you're going to be in the playoffs.
Look, I'll tell you what. That's
what I said. I think the Browns are better with Deshaun
the
Watson.
Bengals think they're going to be in the playoffs.
And we're
again.
focusing on the AFC. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, tweeted, "If I'm a Packers fan, Tyreek Hill is the. Why am I not getting him?
Yeah, why am I not in this conversation?
I just lost Devontae Adams. I just lost one of the best receivers in the NFL. Why am I not replacing him with Tyreek Hill?
That's why I don't think this Aaron Rodgers thing is done yet. Because if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I have signed on to this thing or committed to it. I don't know if he signed it. He seems to be kind of guy let stuff stay on his calendar.
He signed it.
He did. I'm going to see him, though. He doesn't want to play. He doesn't have to play.
But supposedly, Schefter, I think you might have been in Vegas when Schefter reported that he knew the deal with Devontae Adams when he signed.
So he knew he was going to lose Devontae.
Yes, which is surprising to me, too.
But I'm sure he's sitting here thinking to himself,
I can throw to Tyreek Hill.
You're going to get me somebody, aren't you?
I can throw to Tyreek Hill, absolutely.
Crazy times. All right, more college football when we come back. Basketball in an hour with Todd Fuhrman, who will join us from Vegas. All that still to come here on the show, which being brought to you in part by our friends at Odie's. What do you guys do on Wednesday nights?
Rockstar Wednesday night.
Today is Wednesday. It is trivia.
I got so excited I got a little premature yesterday on the Odie spot. But yeah, every Wednesday night, Odie's Team Trivia. Me and Rocky and Will Haver will start up about 8 o'clock. Get there a little early, enjoy some great food from Rodney Davis, including the award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Come join us inside or outside on that great patio. It's a Birmingham institution. It is Odie's Tavern.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call DryTech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with DryTech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Beef O'Brady's is the perfect place for food and fun. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Visit the 280 location. The Grove in Hoover, just off 459 in that great Helena location. My friend Bradley and I were in the 459 location at the Grove. He loved that Amarillo Firecracker Burger, Angus Stomp of smoked bacon, fried jalapenos, pepper jack cheese, and the sweet jalapeno aioli. On the suggestion of our server, I got the Angus cheeseburger wrap. All your favorite cheeseburger ingredients wrapped in a flour tortilla. Our lunch was terrific. Yours will be as well. Try those items or any other items on the Beef O'Brady's menu. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for food and fun.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go. Halfway through the show now. Hour number 3, LTD&B, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford all behind the big wall there. Phone lines open this hour. A lot going on, including apparently Tyreek Hill possibly being traded away from the Kansas City Chiefs, and a lot of college football camps that are open. You can join the conversation, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. That'll get you on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. This hour of the show always brought to you by Champy's World Famous Chicken. We'll get to what's going on at Champy's today in a little bit. Let's do our headlines, though. Precision Sports will get you back into the game. Injuries become a big part of our storyline today in college football. Precision can get those players back in action.
Hey, does your shoulder hurt after exercising? Are you feeling sharp pain in your shoulder after doing that spring cleaning? Our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they are here to help you. They've got 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make the appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Kentucky loses one of their big stars that are supposed to be a big part of the defensive backfield this year for the Kentucky Wildcats. 4-star corner nickel player Vito Tisdale, blown ACL and meniscus tear. He is done for the season. Former Texas Tech head coach Matt Wells has joined the Oklahoma coaching staff. He'll be in charge of recruiting and high school liaison there, one-time head coach there in the Big 12, going to help out Brent Venables and his crew there. Kirby Smart's camp has opened up over there in Georgia, the defending national champs. Little challenge for Kirby, having to build off a national championship, something a Georgia coach hasn't done since the early 80s. Kirby already poor-mouthing his roster, talking about a couple of thin position groups.
Receiver and DB, we have never in 7 years been this thin, ever been this thin. And you can point a finger and blame anywhere you want, but it's the life of college football coach now. You don't have depth. You don't have it anywhere. It's easy to leave and go places. Those guys are a little more maybe higher maintenance in terms of thinking of themselves, and they expect to play right away, and they're quicker to go. So it's certainly a position of concern for us in terms of recruiting and development at the skill position.
Okay, now I want you to, I'm going to replay that one, Rockstar, for you real quick. I want to replay it. I want you to listen to it. Now, is he talking about his team now, his current roster, or is he complaining about a guy who left and went to Alabama, or Brown and LT? Is he selling Georgia to potential wide receivers and DBs who are going to be disgruntled where they are right now? So listen to it and tell me which side is he selling here right now. Kirby Smart. Do the reset here on Kirby Smart. So which way is he selling this?
Receiver and DB, we have never in 7 years been this thin, ever been this thin. And you can point a finger and blame anywhere you want, but it's the life of college football coach now. You don't have depth. You don't have it anywhere. It's easy to leave and go places. Those guys are a little more maybe higher maintenance in terms of thinking of themselves, and they expect to play right away, and they're quicker to go. So it's certainly a position of concern for us in terms of recruiting and development at the skill position.
And now if I'm a receiver, we'll use Alabama as an example. Well-known last year, a bunch of them were unhappy with their playing time. If spring doesn't work out well for me in Tuscaloosa, I just heard the national championship coach tell me there's room for me in Athens, Georgia.
I think it was dual messages. I think he's speaking fact. I think a lot of people don't have depth because guys are taking off.
I mean, Jermaine Burton's in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, he is one of those guys. And, he does have Ladd McConkey coming back, so you got to be excited about that. And great tight ends. Washington and Bowers have got to get healthy. But I think he is also selling, hey, look, we could use some of these guys. I think it more so is about this is where we are in college football, but I think there is some messaging in there.
Yeah, I think he put the shingle out right there saying we have a vacancy at wide receiver and DB. If you're not happy where you are, hit us up, and we may be happy because do you guys? We're waiting to see if Boutte ever really leaves LSU, if he's going to be locked and loaded and stays there now and is happy with the new coach and the new quarterbacks and all that. But if Boutte, considered to be the best receiver in the league by some, rumored at one point maybe to be heading to Tuscaloosa, if he hears that, maybe he'd rather have Bennett throwing him the football. Maybe he'd want to go to Georgia.
I'd rather have
Bryce Young
throw me the football, but you never know what drives a guy like that. The kid from Arkansas State's still out there. I don't know. I mean, I do think I'm with Lance. I do think he's spitting fact. I mean, they've got it. They're thin at receiver. Go watch the national championship game and see what guys they got on the field now.
Yep.
And they weren't great at receiver before, but Pickens is going to the NFL. Jermaine Burton is going to Tuscaloosa. Lance mentioned Ladd McConkey is back. And, we laugh at Ladd McConkey. He actually played pretty well for him.
Yeah. Hey, Forrester from the back row says that's definitely a little bit of a dig in Burton in there.
I think there is a dig because
some of those guys are high maintenance.
Yeah. I don't think there's a doubt there was a dig there. Yeah.
So a little bit of both there from Kirby Smart. All right, college football conversation continues after I tell you about our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right there on Highway 119, open for lunch. The Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, they're to die for. If you love a tamale, a good tamale, you don't have to drive all the way to Mississippi to taste the authentic taste of a Mississippi Delta. tamale. You get it right there at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Those great Southern fried chicken plates, all the great sides. Your home for Blues, Brews, and Bird. Champy'sChicken.com. They cater, they'll do parties, and they'll do it all right there at Champy's Chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch right now. I want to revisit this NIL thing, right? Because a little bit of that is going on with the power conferences. Some of it's going on in basketball. You heard Wimp railing about it earlier. Lane Kiffin had something to say as well yesterday as Ole Miss is into their camp and Lane's talking again. It's his first opportunity to really talk since he and Jimbo Fisher got called into the principal's office, Greg Sankey's office, before that meeting at the SEC. And now he is talking after Tennessee does virtually that $8 million deal to get a 5-star quarterback. And Lane was asked about that yesterday, and he had this to say about the NIL.
Yeah, I mean, I've obviously said a lot about NIL from the beginning of it. Let's make sure that we understand. I love that the players are getting paid, and I just say how it is. So, I guess I got called a clown before for saying how it is. NIL has a lot to do with where players go. And to not think that's crazy. And it'd literally be like being a head coach in the NFL, signing a great free agency class, of signing guys, going out and getting these great players and coming up here and saying to you guys, the contract had nothing to do with why the players came here. And they just want to come play for me. So, obviously, it has a lot to do with where players go, and it should. You're talking about 17, 18-year-old kids, Adults choose jobs a lot of times for money, for salaries. So why would a kid not?
Yeah, I agree with some of what he's saying, but in the NFL, there's a salary cap. So when you have certain guys go certain places, when you had Eric Decker leave the Broncos, I don't know why I'm coming up with Eric Decker, to go to the Jets.
Well, it's random.
Well, just because the Jets had a lot more money, the Broncos weren't going to pay him the money that the Jets were going to give him. That's understandable. To me, NIL, it's open game. There's no salary cap. So if Ole Miss wants that same guy, give him the same deal or more.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Well, and that's what I want to get into is Wimp has a problem with this, and a lot of our Farmfolio chat room people agreed with Wimp that this is a problem, right? But if you're Lane Kiffin, you can't wait for the rules to change. You got to live in the here and now. You got to play by these rules, right? You got to get into the game. Texas A&M's into the game. Tennessee's into the game.
And another one of those games is going out and finding who will actually front this money. And I know the majority of these guys know who those boosters are and people that own these businesses. But, those are the guys that you want to have on speed dial. Hey, we can get this guy, but it's going to cost us $3 million.
I think Wimp, and I've said this to Wimp, and he disagrees with this, or maybe he agrees with it. I don't know. He just gets mad at me. But Wimp has an issue with this because Wimp's approaching it from a coach. Of course the coaches hate this. Of course they do. It's made their job infinitely more difficult. Yes. Right? I tend to approach it from looking from the player's point of view, and I'm like, this is good for the players.
It's actually created jobs, Brown. Because as Wimp sort of pushed it off that there are coaches now who are in charge of the portal, coaches who are in charge of the NIL now, all this behind-the-scenes staff. It's creating positions at these major universities who have to manage the portal.
That is right. Sal
Sunseri
at Alabama is a guy that was a well-thought-of on-the-field assistant. His job at Alabama now is basically to manage this.
Yeah, to watch the portal and evaluate the portal players.
Yeah, but I would also say, and what jumped out at me, because I 100% agree with Lane Kiffin here, at the end of what he said there, is a lot of the same people that complain about this are a guy that is sitting in the office right now, that if somebody even competitive in his industry offered him a 35% raise, a 50% raise, he'd leave his job today and go take that other job.
Lincoln Riley did.
In a heartbeat.
Left a good one, went to a better one.
That's right. So it does, some of the criticism in the Farmfolio chat room does fall flat because I know it's coming from people who, given the same opportunity, would better their lives by taking a higher paying job, right? And I don't blame anybody for doing that, by the way. I don't blame anybody at all. What you're watching us do right here, we made the decision to do to better our lives, right? We did that. So I can't blame anybody for that. But it is weird to me that just because they're in their early 20s or late teens, just because they're playing a sport that you really, really love, and for whatever reason you think the guys in it shouldn't be getting paid, you criticize them when they're doing exactly the same thing you would do in the situation you're in right now.
And if that was your kid, you'd be excited about it.
Of course you would be.
So do we have a problem with it? Like, do
I don't.
we want it changed? Well, I mean, where is the fans?
I
on
think
this?
the problem is it's still such a gray area. I mean, what are the boundaries? And when you hear the Tennessee deal, I mean, that's getting out of whack. Again, we talk about ROI. You're never going to get your money back on that unless you win a national championship.
Like, I would prefer what happened in the Tennessee situation with the Ime Leva kid out of California. I would prefer that not happen. I mean, I would be a little more comfortable if that's not the way recruiting works, but how are you going to police that? I mean, what are you going to do to police that?
But we all sort of winked and nod that, he went to SMU and didn't go to Oklahoma because he got a Trans Am, and that was the 80s.
No, this stuff was going on. It's at least above board now. It's not my favorite thing in the world, no. But am I going to get all beat up? Am I going to say I'm never going to watch another Tennessee game because they went and recruited this kid that way? That'd be the dumbest thing for me to say. I love college football.
T-Boone Pickens, did he not leave all his money to Oklahoma State? Did he have any heirs?
I'll go look at that.
I don't know if he left it all. He left a chunk.
My point is,
a lot of money.
is if you get these older billionaires that have literally they're multi-billionaires and they don't have anywhere to leave their money. You get in with them, then you can start to really get a pipeline to your school, and you can really start to pay some of these guys because where's your money going to go? Now, the president of these universities might get a little upset because they're not going to get new buildings built.
But that was my next thing because, Brown, you touched on this with Wimp a little bit, and then we ran out of time with him. But we'll use our buddy Greg Byrne in Tuscaloosa. He's got to raise money for these new facilities or a new basketball arena, blah, 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 blah. But if you're also putting together an Alabama collective like Tennessee has that has to go and put these massive NIL deals together, if I'm having to pay this recruit $8 million over 4 years, that's going to take away my check I got to write for the new basketball arena.
But twofold here. Okay, so you're getting these new facilities to impress recruits to bring them in. But if you're able to pay them the flat-out cash, you're getting them anyway.
Yeah.
And then for the fans that want to be able to go to these luxury facilities, would you rather go back to Coleman Coliseum or would you rather go to a new facility? Go back to Coleman Coliseum and go to Final Fours or a new facility and be where you are right now.
I'll tell you what is
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a tough one there. I guess you want the Final Fours.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. I mean, Coleman Coliseum is not desirable, but if I'm going to the Final Four every year.
If I can pay Jabari Smith to come in, the Jabari Smith every year to play at my program and stay in the dormant bad facility I've got, or have these new awesome renovations or completely new arenas, but you don't bring these guys in because you can't afford them.
It's a chicken or an egg discussion. I understand that. And for some of you want it to be exactly the way it was when you used to watch the Prudential College scoreboard. You don't want to change. But the old proverbial toothpaste is out of the tube now, and it doesn't go back in.
No.
You can't not do the NIL anymore now. There's no way you can do that. The best you can hope for is to regulate it, but if you're paying attention to what's going on now in Congress, there's no way I think you can even regulate it now. I don't think there's a way you can even put a cap on it now because you're going to have people say that you're violating my civil rights now at this point, that you cannot put a cap on what my earning can be.
I don't know about that.
Dennis Dodd writes a story today basically saying there's an organization that thinks there's already too much regulation.
Yeah, but I mean, you can cap what people make in the NFL. I mean, the NFL does it, so I don't know why college football couldn't.
Because the union sides off on it every year and what that cap is.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the gray area that I talk about. I mean, I guess there's transparency because we're hearing about the deal for Tennessee, but
well, those are reports. I guess nobody's actually seen a document yet, and that's one thing I'm waiting to see. And
I mean, sooner or later it's got to get there.
Brown brought this up yesterday. What happens if this kid? Who is yet to? It's not even officially National Signing Day, so he hasn't really signed anything.
And he's class of 2023. Yeah,
hasn't even signed anything yet.
That's right.
That will, he can sign in December.
Yeah,
early signing
but
period.
They got to hold him till December.
Yeah, but he's going to sign with this collective. Is that a binding agreement that keeps him from going to another school? I don't know. I don't know what the quote unquote contract looks like, but it's got to be some kind of a contract if I'm signing it, right?
Yeah, but it cannot be binding. I mean, there's a way out of every contract.
You know, I
There
think
is. There is.
And if you're a minor, is there really a binding contract?
Yeah, I don't know how you can make it binding though, Lance, because basically he's in theory making an agreement to promote a product.
Yep.
In theory, that's what he's doing, right?
But tell me this, and look, I was one of those. Thank God, I had so many buddies of mine as freshmen in college that got their credit card, and they just thought it was funny money. And I'm going to go max this thing out.
Oh, I
and
did that.
They're probably still paying it off.
Yeah.
I never did that. But I think you have to be 18 plus to have a credit card, or maybe even 19, right?
I don't know. Yeah, probably so.
I thought it was 18 for me, back in the day, but
Yeah.
I was old. They
But I'm
just
saying
invented credit cards.
Yeah, but if you're a minor, if you're 17, some of these guys signing these NIL deals, can that really uphold?
My first credit card was black and white, and it said credit card. It was a generic credit
It was the generic one?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a great question.
It says 18 years old.
Yeah.
You need to be at least 18 years old to sign a credit card contract.
Kevin says in Alabama, this is in the chat room, in Alabama you have to be 19 to legally sign a contract. Dave is also saying that. Or your guardians have to be involved. I mean, again, his guardians are probably, I hope they're involved in this. I hope he's not doing this outside of his parents.
But how comfortable would you be signing for your kid like a $6, $7, $8 million?
Might not be comfortable, but
you're responsible for that.
I'd be comfortable.
Unless that money's coming to my bank account, and then I'm going to divvy it to you.
I'd be comfortable where I'm signing it.
Yeah.
Once I get that money, it's quite comfortable.
All right, trash is coming up on the other side. Just an interesting, and I like the fact that Lane, even being slapped on the wrist by the commissioner, not backing down.
That's Lane.
I got called a clown, again, poking Jimbo Fisher. That Texas A&M Ole Miss week is going to be a blast. This upcoming season and probably for years to come. Trash is on the other side. Don't forget, we got soccer in town Saturday night, Legion FC. Weather is supposed to be really, really good for the game. Under the lights at Protective Stadium. First ever meeting with Colorado Springs, who got altitude team coming down here, Advantage Legion, as they come and play near the sea level. Right? Advantage Legion here. Colorado Springs in town. Legion FC trying to get their first home win at Protective Stadium. Be there by going to bhmlegion.com. bhmlegion.com. Get that $7 ticket. Go pack Protective and enjoy a little professional soccer with your Birmingham Legion FC.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone 205-579-4900 or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
11 pounds.
Whoa! That sounds great, Reed. Why don't you sit down and rest those pipes for a second? At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. If you're a baseball fan, Alabama and UAB tonight down at Regions Field, 6 o'clock for that. Alabama softball and UAB at UAB softball fields at 6 o'clock tonight as well. Get the Diamonds of Tide and Blazers at both places. Hillcrest High's Cole Frederick with 3 hits yesterday. Jack State beat Sanford 9-2. Braves playing at the top of the hour against Tampa Bay in a spring training game on Bally's or Major League Baseball Network if you want to watch a little baseball there. Todd Fuhrman later at the top of the hour to talk about the Sweet 16. We had to sort of cleanse our palate, got away from the basketball conversation a lot the last couple of days. We'll jump back into that tomorrow. And if you missed our conversation with Wimp, he talked a little bit about what went wrong with the SEC teams. That's podcasted at nextroundlive.com. Forster, did you ever pull up how angry Wimp got? We have that one, Rockstar?
We got angry Wimp?
While we cue that up, tell us about our friends right there at High Point, and then we'll if you missed it earlier, little angry Wimp earlier.
The High Point Properties people, they're the leader in creating beautiful home sites around the Birmingham area, and they have great several sites right now, ranging from 3 to 43 acres right there in Helena. You can call Wes at High Point Properties today for more info, 240-0204. That's 240-0204, or visit them at hppro.com. 3 to 43 acres in Helena, hppro.com.
Oh, what a great place, Helena, too. That'd be fantastic. Is it beer 30 already? I didn't get offered one. Did we change protocols when I was gone? Usually you're like, hey, you want one, Dunaway?
Well, I had some one of my favorite gourmet meals, Rockstar. You saw me eating it, didn't you?
You had the gourmet Lunchable.
Did you have a Lunchable? What was in your Lunchable today?
The pinky up.
It was they call it the natural Lunchable. It was honey roasted turkey and Swiss.
I had somebody tell me yesterday, I do not know how you do it. Because he asked me what I ate, and I said I eat a breakfast sandwich on the way to work, and then I ate a Cliff Bar at 11 every day.
It's so tough, man. I had this morning.
I'm starving at the end of every show.
Smoothie on the way. Then I've got those Nature Valley bars that you bite it and it disintegrates.
Crumbs everywhere.
But they're so good. So I've already had one of those, and then I just had that.
Yeah. I'm starving at the end of every show. I mean, there's no doubt.
Okay, during the trash open, you mind if I go hit the Bud Light?
I prefer you not do it, Jim.
No, because it's 9:27 in Vegas, and I was usually drinking beer by this time.
I think you should start drinking more, gambling more. Yeah. Pick up your vices, man. Why? Hey, mom's out of town, right?
Mom's out of town. Mom's out of town. Yeah. Hey, Wimp on the show earlier, since we were just talking NIL. Wimp not happy where NIL is right now.
When you get into the NIL
and you start seeing that you don't get as much money as the guy beside you, then the transfer portal comes in effect. We're going to have more problems, and I know y'all don't agree. It's fine. We're going to have more problems with this NIL and this transfer deal being together. And I'm the only one that said that.
I mean, Tennessee's adjusting. Alabama will adjust. Texas A&M has adjusted. LSU
you think
will
that's
adjust.
Adjusting to drive down there and give the guy what he's going to give you. Is that adjusting or is that illegal?
Well,
it's legal
right now, so you better
wait
adjust.
a minute. That's what I thought y'all said.
Yeah.
It was illegal.
No, it's legal. It's legal right now. So you better.
No, it's not legal.
It is.
No,
It is. 100% it is.
It is not legal the way they did it. You guys are wrong, dead wrong. It's not what the rules say.
How is it illegal? What's illegal about it?
You can't argue with people who don't understand stuff.
Well, I'm telling you,
you just made your point.
You can't understand, but you got to understand. But you can't talk three idiots.
You can't argue with people that don't understand stuff, Rockstar.
That's a good point.
That was the takeaway.
I don't understand stuff. Well, I can't argue with you.
Yep.
Now, the rule is written, to his point, that you're not supposed to use it in recruiting to entice people to go there.
But the school is not. That's
Right.
why it's these collectives that are.
That's right.
Now, are we skirting the rules? Absolutely, we're skirting the rules.
Exactly.
But they've always skirted the rules.
Of course they have.
I mean, Wimp had a guy on payroll, Dr. Transcript.
Dr. Transcript, yes.
I think Wimp forgets what he tells us sometimes and what he doesn't tell us sometimes. All right, I'm going to grab one of our great sponsors. I'm going to grab a Bud Light here while Rockstar hits.
Since I mean, I don't want to push because I know you lost a ton of money in Vegas, but dinner this week.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll take you to dinner this week.
When it's high pitched, it's kind of not certain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I did lose a lot of money, and if you want to pile on right now, and just
well, I just figure
schedule.
You probably a lot of guys that lose money, they take a certain amount of cash out, and then they have to get that credit card out. And based on the tickets I saw, I assume you had to get that credit card out, so you might as well throw it all together in March where you just don't even know the difference.
And just file bankruptcy? What's your plan here? What's your end game?
Rockstar's right. The biggest challenge is you getting on Jim's social calendar.
Oh, yeah.
That social calendar remains full.
Yeah. Got a basketball game. We got a Eric Church concert.
I do have a Division II. I probably squeeze it in tonight.
Okay, yeah, tonight's the only night I could do.
No, it's the only night you can do.
Very convenient.
I can do it tonight.
Okay.
I'll do it tonight. You have to pick the place, though.
No, I can do that.
Yeah, I know where I want to go, but I have a feeling it's not where you want to go. All right, I'm going to grab a Bud Light as soon as Rockstar hits the big button.
Now, the women love you when you get out there. Why do you think that is?
Because
Why
I
do you
look
think
good.
that is? You
I
look
smell good. I
Yes.
feel good.
And you sing good.
And make love good.
Oh. Well, there we are. We don't have to ask anybody else. We got that from the source. there you are.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, our friends at Mortgage Right can provide a secure and seamless pre-approval process that will get you that much closer to owning the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's pre-approval experts will get you the verification and reassurance you need to master the mortgage process. All you got to do is go online, mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Hey, so I came across this today, AL.com. It's pretty fascinating. I didn't realize how big whale ships were.
Whale ships?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we remember Moby Dick, the novel.
I do remember that novel.
Yeah. So the Gulf of Mexico, believe it or not, was a rich hunting ground for sperm whales, which were valuable for the amount of quality of their oil before the nation's whaling industry collapsed in the late 19th century. They found a ship yesterday. Nearly 190 years it's been underwater. This is 15 years before Herman Melville actually wrote the book, Moby Dick. Now, this is in the Gulf of Mexico. Researchers checking out odd shapes during undersea scanning work on the sandy ocean floor believe they finally found the shipwreck. It's about 70 miles offshore from Pascagoula, Mississippi. It was documented in February by remotely operated robots in about 6,000 feet of water. Not much is left of the two-masted wooden brig, though they thought it was 65 feet long, and it was foundered after a storm in 1836. Now, they found an old news clipping from a library that shows 15 or so crew members were rescued by another whaling ship and returned home to Westport, Massachusetts. That's pretty fascinating. After all of this time, 190 years, it's spent on the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico.
I saw that story. That is interesting that it was there that long and it was preserved enough they could tell what it was.
But they weren't whaling in the Gulf of Mexico, were they?
No, they were just looking for artifacts.
Yeah. Okay. No. You mean that when the ship was originally there?
They were whaling.
Yeah.
There were a ton of whales back in the day in the Gulf of Mexico.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. About that.
38 ran them off when you guys started building up 38.
I need to see one at 38.
Yep.
I came across this, too. We have a Guinness World Record holder for a food truck in the state of Alabama. It's actually based in Birmingham.
All right.
Have you guys heard of All Shucks?
I have, yes.
Yeah. I haven't. This sounds fantastic, though. It's a popular fire-roasted corn truck.
Yep.
Based right here. It holds the Guinness World Record for the most corn husked in 1 minute.
Okay, I didn't know they were trying to set a record.
Now, a team of 4 people, including food truck owners Avery and Philip Powell, Jarish Brooks, and Brandell Oliver broke the record in September of 2021, shucking 38 ears of corn in 1 minute.
I mean, it seems like a lot.
But I'm looking at this menu, man. They've got Mexican street corn. They've got the garlic herb parmesan, creamy lemon pepper, buffalo ranch, creamy Cajun parmesan.
Rockstar, would you eat any of this?
No, Parmesan's awful.
Have you had street corn, though, on the ear?
Yeah, but I do not like Parmesan.
They've also got a skillet corn-baked potato.
I have.
That sounds really good. If I'm eating on the
stick,
on the ear,
is
that what it is? Is that how you say it?
An ear of corn.
Boy, that is a.
Let's go get in the teeth.
You got to have dental floss.
With all that stuff, I'm going to need dental floss and a lot of napkins. I wonder what their napkin overhead is.
Yeah, because it's got to be pretty messy. I've shucked an ear of corn before or two.
Oh, we used to have a garden. Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, my granddad had a garden back in the day.
Would you pull the hairy part first at the top?
Yeah, you tried to do that, right?
Right.
But then once you got it, you had to pull. You had to clean it.
Yeah,
that was the worst part.
But if you got it right, I don't even know what the hairy part's called.
Oh yeah, if you saw somebody who was good at it,
you got the hairy part right. There's not a lot to pick out at that point.
I love street corn, though. Really good.
Yeah.
Hey, got a Colorado school district has really made parents mad after announcing plans to axe valedictorian prizes in what they have now branded the latest equity-obsessed focused on mediocrity over excellence. Did you guys get him?
Yep. Miami Dolphins are getting Tyreek Hill, according to Adam Schefter. Sorry.
What are you having to give up?
The 2022 first-round pick, which is number 29, because remember, we're getting San Francisco's first-round pick. So we're giving them San Francisco's first-round pick, second-round pick, fourth-round pick, a fourth and sixth-round pick in 2023. A bunch of picks.
Yep.
I think he's worth every one of them. Sorry, Lance.
Can you think of how many stories we have not done in trash over the years that we've not interrupted trash before?
Oh, yeah. This wasn't big enough for Jim.
Sorry, Jim. I think we landed on the moon during one of our trash
Go back to trash.
We did not interrupt.
Yes, please go back to trash.
According to the Cherry Creek School District staffer, quote, the practice of class rank and valedictorian status are outdated and inconsistent with what we know and believe of our students. We believe all our students can learn at high levels, and learning is not a competition. This is one of the dumbest things out there. Never was I even in the mix in sight distance of valedictorian. But,
me either.
But you should be able to award this. This is part of it. People work hard for 4 years to achieve this.
That's right. I have no problem with people trying to be excellent at what they're doing.
It's ridiculous. It's where we are now.
Yeah, it was my choice.
Telling you, man.
It was my choice not to be a 4.0 student.
Yeah, who's your choice?
I didn't do all the homework. I didn't study for the test. It was my choice not to try to be better.
I don't recognize our society anymore. I really don't. When you've got some dude swimming with women and we can't have valedictorians anymore, it doesn't make any sense.
It really doesn't.
Dumbest shit in the world.
But yeah, I mean, you're
really
not
is
wrong.
it makes no sense. I mean, it makes no sense. I mean, we woke up one day and everything has changed. I mean, we go through enough stuff. We went through a pandemic.
I don't know if you guys saw this, but on both sides now, I'm not picking sides. I'm just saying this was the most. What is it when you think you're watching another reality or something like that?
Hallucination.
Another dimension, a hallucination. There's a Supreme Court justice answering questions in front of Senate.
Oh, yeah.
One senator, which this just seems bizarre, asked her, can you define the word woman? And the Supreme Court justice, potential Supreme Court justice, says, I really can't. I'm not a biologist.
Yeah, she's not a biological scientist.
What is going on here?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the question, first of all, and then the answer, none of this makes sense.
But I thought when you're born, I mean, you're born with parts.
Well, you've got a penis or a vagina.
Yeah. I mean, that's what
one
it comes
of the
down
two.
to.
Yeah, you
I
got
mean,
one
look,
of the two. It's pretty simple.
I didn't choose it.
I didn't. No, it's pretty
Penis or
simple.
vagina.
That's how it is. It's an open
I got a kid coming up. I need to,
Yeah, there's going to be no
Just
gray
check
area.
him. If he's got junk, he's a boy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I could not believe it when I saw it. I'm
Are
like,
we doing birth certificates in pencil now?
I'm like, we have gotten in society to the point where a sitting senator is asking a potential Supreme Court justice to define what a woman is, which is bizarre. And then the answer was just as bizarre. I'm like, what are we even doing here? All right, go ahead.
I don't even know if we're supposed to say stuff like that.
Well, we did.
I really don't
Well,
give
you're
a
50
rat's
now.
ass.
You can be a grumpy old man if you want to.
I'm what now?
You're 50 now, right?
Not yet, Jim.
yet.
Don't
Not
rush
yet.
him.
Not yet. And I will always stay to my opinions. I will stay true. And if I get canceled one day,
you can't get canceled. I just use scientific terms.
Oh, I have no problem with the conversation that's going on.
Okay.
He was asking if it was okay to say it. I said, you can say anything you want.
That's right. There's nothing that's going to bring me down today.
Hey, so apparently,
Fantastic Dunaway.
until Tyreek gets arrested on South Beach,
She ain't getting arrested.
Yeah, there's a reason why the Chiefs will let him go around. You just don't know yet.
best receiver in football, we don't need him anymore.
Yeah.
How crazy is it after the discussion we just had, all of a sudden in the chat room, we're getting the hot girls and boys video chat?
Of course.
That's supposed to go to me. My bad.
Of course.
And at least they separated.
No, we this is America, LT. You say what you feel. You get that's the right.
Okay,
to say
good.
what you
Good.
say what you feel.
That's the way it should be.
We own this. You can't be canceled. We own it. You're uncancelable.
We have amendments, right?
That's right.
Don't we live by those amendments?
But we own this. You can't be canceled.
Okay, 2 UK-based companies are searching for men who like to work out and show it off to help hen party celebrators have the best time. Butlers with Bums say there is currently a national shortage of, quote, naked men. Now, the only job specifics are to, quote, be confident and up for mingling with hens, which you know what those are.
The old hen party?
Yeah, you must also be between the age of 23 to 38 and unafraid to bear the booty, as this is a naked butler's role. So I'm going to assume on the backside of that,
It is missing. Yes.
Okay.
That is a completely open space for you.
So I see his bum.
Yes, the bum butlers. Duh.
Now, director of Butlers with Bums and former butler himself, Dan Harley, said his demand is beginning to increase again after the pandemic. Also said there is a national shortage of naked men, proving a real problem for this business.
See, y'all don't notice stuff like that. I have noticed that there is a shortage of naked men.
Naked men.
Well, I'm
I've seen them
offended
anywhere.
Does he have the Virgin Mary on his left
I
bicep?
can't tell what that is.
That they're I thought it was Maradona after a goal.
A big goal?
Yeah. I'm offended they're putting an age limit on it. Why can't I work out this summer and be a butler? Butler's bum?
Valedictorian.
If you had that body,
valedictorian.
Dunaway, if you had one of those dudes' bodies,
I would do the show without a shirt, Brown.
No.
question.
That's not my question. Would you walk around all the time with those cufflinks and the bow tie on like that?
I would do it if you could give me that for one day. I would do the show like that.
I'm not asking you that.
If you had that body for one day, I just want to put a GoPro on your head just to see what you do.
I just want one day. I want it to be a summer in 38. That's all. That's what I want. One day.
Oh, Saved by the Bell fans, we may have just found the dream Airbnb stay. Yes, that's because you can now hire out the quirky property that's been decked out to look just like sets from the show. Now, we're talking a dining room that has its very own booth and phone, just like the one from the Max, where Zach, Kelly, Lisa, Jesse, Slater, and Screech all spent time after school. There are plenty of other fun nods, too, from the artwork to the wallpaper, all inspired by the hit TV show's famous introduction. Then there are bedrooms, too, which are basically the stuff of any 90s kid's dream. You can choose from 2 bedrooms, one that's completely pink with posters of 90s heartthrobs, Friends, and Clueless, or one that's got Power Rangers, The Flash, and posters of iconic sporting moments as well.
The best is the TV. You got the TV VCR combo. You got white wicker everywhere. You got to love white wicker. And then the final thing is, do you guys remember, I don't know, show that, those TVs?
Oh, yeah.
Only the rich have those
that
TVs.
massive TV.
I've still got one of those in my playroom upstairs.
Do you really?
The original, my first ever HD TV.
Are you saving it for posterity's sake, or you just
probably
don't
need
want
a
to move
crane
that
to
thing
get rid of
out?
it.
Who can get it out? You
Crane
can have
works.
it. Anybody want it?
Craneworks gonna take Craneworks.
My oldest kid is 21, and she had the VCR combo, TV VCR combo.
Oh, yeah.
When
I
she
had
was
one.
a kid.
Yeah.
Because it was just so good. She could walk up and
Oh,
put her own videotape
and it
in
just
there.
starts playing.
Yeah, start playing whatever she was watching, the Backyardigans or whatever it was. Go back, Rockstar, if you can, to the booth. I want to change my household and put the ketchup and mustard in those little squeeze bottles.
You can buy those.
I had them.
I love the ketchup and mustard in those squeeze bottles.
I had them, but I don't think you ever. I know you worked in a kitchen
for a few weeks. Yeah.
You never served though, right?
Yeah, for a few weeks at a place called, it wasn't Porky's. I wore a pink tie. It was in Hoover.
Okay, but did you ever have to do side work where you had to refill the ketchup? That was one of the worst things about side work.
I did, but we were actually topping off the ketchup actual bottles.
Okay, so yeah, we would refill. That was part of the side work. So I had those bottles at the house for a while, and I was like, I'm not going to do this every time this runs out. It's a pain in the ass.
Can you not remember the name of the place that you thought was Porky's?
Misty's. It was Misty's.
And this was where? In Hoover? Where was it, Hoover?
There's a washing. It wasn't in the 90s. A place you wash there.
What'd
you wash your balls or car or what?
It's a
you wash your clothes.
My dad used to call it a washateria. Have you ever heard it called a washateria?
No. It was a little. It was one of these. A little L.
Laundromat is all I've heard.
Laundromat. So what'd y'all serve?
It was American cuisine.
Okay.
It was a little bit of everything.
It was very broad.
Yeah.
All right.
Greasy burger, right?
Yeah.
And you had to wear a bow tie to burger joint?
It was in the 90s, man.
Okay, so I've got two more stories here. What do I do? We just go deep. We come back. We do them.
Oh, no. How are we looking on commercials there, Jim? It looks like we're a little behind.
These are good date stuff.
What if I did a commercial real quick? Would that help us?
Let's do a commercial going to break and come back and we'll continue trashing the conversation.
There's nothing that's going to bring me down today, Rockstar.
Yeah.
I'm up for anything.
I mean, we got a little off kiltered because we did sports in the middle of trash, which I was told years ago. Don't ever interrupt, Jim. No matter what the sports story, don't interrupt trash.
Huge story
with your
Damn,
stupid.
that is 5 draft picks, by the way.
That's a lot.
I was told don't interrupt sports trash with your stupid sports, Jim.
It's huge. You didn't know it was going to be a Dolphins trade.
That's when it becomes important. Part of the show brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Tell them about it.
I'm going to tell them about Jimmy D. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Rodney and Nick Johnston, they're the top-selling travel trailer dealer in the state. They've got financing available. Home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. You can go see them, Jim. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman. 334 indicator. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Tyreek Hill to the Dolphins, Dunaway.
You guys have always wondered this trip. You've always wondered.
They won't go to the playoffs.
You've always wondered the trivia question. Which is my least favorite Brown? It's this one. This is my least favorite Brown.
He's got an astronaut for a coach.
This is my least favorite Brown.
Wait till Villanova wins the national championship.
This is my least favorite Brown right here.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega Nascar Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
All right, a lot going on. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power. We'll get into did an Arizona player inappropriately touch a TCU cheerleader's chest, and will he be suspended tomorrow? We'll get into why Brown is acting drunk on the show today, according to you guys.
Yeah, we're the ones drinking.
And we're the ones drinking.
I'm drunk on life.
And we'll finish trash because Brown rudely interrupted our friends that were doing trash to the left side of the table. But right now, tell us about Alabama Power, Brown. Do your job.
Technically, the Dolphins.
Do your job. Do your job.
Helping make our environment a better place is important to all of us. Alabama Power is kicking off one of the nation's largest cleanup efforts with this year's Renew Our Rivers campaign. Alabama Power, along with more than 122,000 volunteers, have collected and removed more than 16 million pounds of trash from southeastern waterways since the program first began in 2000. To find out how to get involved and join Alabama Power in making the environment we all share a better place, visit alabamapower.com/renew-our-rivers.
Okay, because of Brown rudely interrupting his Dolphin fandom over here with trash, we continue on with a couple of more stories, and then we'll eventually get into Todd Fuhrman in the Sweet 16.
Yeah, we start first with breakups are hard, but many heartbroken people find themselves searching for ways to get revenge on the person who screwed them over.
Oh, yeah. I just try to win the breakup. I don't want to get even.
Well,
I just
the
want
best
them
way to win the breakup
guilty.
is to actually be the one that breaks up, right?
No, I think you win the breakup where if you get dumped, they spend the rest of their lives going, God, why did I dump him?
Well, maybe this is what this person's trying to do. Many do this by flooding their social media pages with glamorous photos and selfies to show their ex what they're missing. After finding herself in this position, social media star Andrea Russett believes she found a way around it, claiming it's the ultimate form of revenge. Andrea, who has 1.5 million followers on Instagram, that's a big number on Instagram.
That is.
Splashed out $1,000 promoting photos of herself on the platform, so her snaps appeared on her ex's timeline. Now sharing her playing on TikTok to the sound of Patsy Cline's hit song, Crazy.
Crazy.
It's a good song.
She wrote, quote, "The time I paid $1,000 to have a selfie of myself promoted on Instagram directly to my ex's demographic, so he had to constantly see my face. At the same time, it would help her get other dates probably, too."
Yeah, that's just good marketing.
Now, her
we
fans
should hire her.
were quick to praise her creative idea in the comment section. One wrote, "I wish I'd thought of this after my last relationship."
Yeah, that's winning the breakup right there. That is 100%.
Now, from that to this, I've got more bad date stories. I don't even believe some of these, but we'll roll with them.
These are confessions.
Oh, this first one makes me sick. Well, I went on a date once where the guy kept spitting in his hands to moisturize them like it was lotion, then proceeded to try and feed me sushi with his spitty hands.
Here you go.
So like he was moist as a loo trying to get in the batter's box?
Then he handshakes and God.
Why would you do that? That's
And
awful.
that smell.
Oh,
So you've never spit in your hands for anything? Golf grip? Do we have a rewind button?
Rockstar. Don't do that another way.
Have you ever spit in your hand on the golf
I have
course
not.
for a grip?
No, that's the one thing you don't want.
A tighter grip.
No. You don't want moisture in your hands
don't
when
want
you're
that
gripping the golf club.
You never spit on your golf glove.
I don't wear a glove. See, I have dry hands.
Right.
I've got dry skin, and my hands do not sweat. Like, period. My hands don't sweat. I don't know if they're incapable of doing it or if I just don't do it. So I play without a golf club.
That's hands on 100, man. That's what you get.
There's nothing to sweat when his motto is no sweat.
You've never worked a day in your life, so it's like your hands aren't going to sweat.
Well, yeah. I mean, this does come from a life of avoiding manual labor. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I didn't serve American food at Misty's like some people.
Okay.
What did y'all serve? American.
Here's another bad date story.
What we just said.
One time I went to a guy's house and he asked me if I wanted to see his special box.
Huh? Do you?
All I can think about is Dick in a Box, the SNL sketch.
Do you?
But here's what happened. He pulls out a box. It had teeth, hair, and a piece of the mattress he lost his virginity on.
Oh, my gosh. Did he kill the girl, too? Was that the teeth of the hair?
Again, I don't believe some of
It's
these.
his baby teeth. I'm thinking, but I don't know where the hair came from or his first haircut.
Another bad date story. He ordered multiple sides of shrimp, ate them as he was telling me that he agreed with Thanos from the Avengers movies.
You know, Thanos.
He had a plan for the universe.
He just snapped. And I wouldn't disagree with that. Why aren't you eating?
How about this one? Guy asked me if I'd ever shot a gun before. He then took me, quote, target shooting. He took me to the city dump to shoot rats.
Ooh. Wow. I mean, some people call that a date.
A good date.
Yeah.
And then finally, this is another one that I just don't believe. Our final bad date story here on Trash. He told me that I would get along with his ex-wives. Then asked if he could see my breast. When I said no, he started to cry. This was all in the first 10 minutes of the first date.
Wives, plural. Ex-wives, plural.
And if you don't want to see my ex-wives, I got another quick question
Did
for
you
you.
see that Arizona? Let me do that. Let me do that impression of that Arizona player.
Ex-wives and breast.
Yeah.
All multiples, Rockstar.
Yeah. Come on now.
Oh, that's extended trash overtime today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, and everybody hates a holdup, especially when it comes to buying a new home in such a tight market, but Mortgage Right can help you get ahead of the traffic by getting you an exclusive underwriting pre-approval. Unlike other lenders, Mortgage Right doesn't let your documents collect dust. They actually review them, and because they know the value of delivering a fast and easy pre-approval, getting pre-approved puts you ahead of the rest when it comes to buying your dream home, because it signals to the buyer that you're serious about the purchase and the funds you'll have to back it up. Get the green light to buy when you visit mortgageright.com/TNR today.
All right. When we come back, Todd Fuhrman on who you should pick in the Sweet 16 and whether or not he's hearing anything about a possible suspension for an Arizona star. As we continue on right here on TNR, this hour of the show has been brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, where right now you can get an unbelievable meal. Your home for blues, brews, and bird is Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. They'll cater your office meetings, your parties, your tailgates, whatever, champyschicken.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com. Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Let's do a Michelson look ahead as we head to Todd Fuhrman here. our friends at Michelson as we look into our Twitter feed. Oh, some guy in Birmingham, Jim Dunaway, just tweeted, Tyreek Hill traded from a recent Super Bowl champion and current contender for a team that has barely won a Super Bowl in the color TV era.
So true.
You try, you're not going to bring me down.
You're not. I mean, Dunaway, God, I mean, when you, just because your old team, your old man quarterback is limping around for one more year, you can't let anybody be happy. I don't know why you have to do this.
Hey, all that's brought to you by our friends at Michelson. If you want perfect vision right now, they can get it for you at Michelson.
No, they really can't. Think about it. If you wore contacts or eyeglasses for years and years and years, and you're wasting that money every year, you need to at least make the phone call. Inquire about LASIK surgery from our friends at Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. I had the 2200 vision. I didn't even realize it until I went in, got the procedure done. I still have 20/15 vision 20 years later. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. They're located UAB Highlands. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Outkick, that's where you find Todd Fuhrman. You follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. After the Tyreek Hill trade, Fuhrman, what do the Vegas odds say is the NFC team to face the Dolphins in the Super Bowl?
The Dolphins' price will inevitably move, but it's great to give your quarterback all of these weapons. The question being, do you have the quarterback that can actually get Tyreek Hill the ball?
We're about to find out.
Stephen Ross, to his credit, wanted to go out there. He wanted to try and build a winner. I'm just not sure he did it in the best way possible. I know the Dolphins had a surplus of draft capital that was somewhat expendable. At the same time, spending $30 million annually on a wide receiver and one that's, to a certain extent, a one-trick pony, albeit the best at what he does as a deep threat, is going to be a very interesting situation. I do wonder now if the Dolphins are second-guessing giving Cedric Wilson a contract as a free agent as well.
You know, I'm seeing the Dolphins at 50-1 right now, and I'm sure this is before the move, but I mean, they're not going to move much. What, 45-1 now, maybe?
No, you may see a couple of books come down in price only because that initial buzz, not only with Tyreek Hill, but getting Terron Armstead in there again, a 30-year-old offensive lineman who I think that contract will be great early on, but still a lot of questions to get answered along with a first-year head coach. I'm hoping that their division odds get shortened and it opens up a little bit more opportunity to back a team like the Bills.
Well, on the other side, what does it do for the Chiefs? I mean, are we closing the book on their window a little bit? Are they still a Super Bowl contender? Because their division has gotten really, really tough.
Well, see, that is the smart question to ask in all of this.
Thank you.
And Kansas City's odds probably won't move nearly enough to reflect how difficult it'll be to replace Tyreek Hill and what he means to that offense. I think Patrick Mahomes' feet will truly be put to the fire now because you look at that receiving room and Mecole Hardman clearly will have to take the next step in his maturation. You're going to have to hope that Juju Smith-Schuster can be a number one. And if you're Patrick Mahomes right now sitting at home, your biggest fear is that Juju Smith-Schuster and your brother are going to be doing TikTok videos and you're not going to have a receiver that you truly trust to keep a defense honest when you're facing them, knowing how deep that division has become.
Andy married that girl I don't like either, the one that sprays champagne out on the common folks, the peasants.
You know, that all happens. She's been with him since day one, and that's Patrick's issue that he can sort through one way or another. If he doesn't say that, hey, look, I want to leave you at home, maybe that'll help. But I do think you get Patrick Mahomes now playing with a chip on his shoulder because all the eyes will be on him, and you cannot take anything away from him or give him all the credit if he goes out there and can't perform without some of his key weapons.
All right, Todd Fuhrman is with us, so we are obviously going to talk NCAA Tournament with Fuhrman. The most intriguing game on the board for the Sweet 16 to you, Fuhrman, is what?
For me, it is actually going to be Duke and Texas Tech. And when you look at this particular matchup, so many question marks abound. Duke has the best players of any team remaining in the field, and that's not telling you guys something you don't already know. 5 guys forecasted to be top 40 picks in the NBA entry draft. But can Duke commit to playing defense? We haven't seen it for extended stretches this year. We saw glimpses of it in their comeback win against Michigan State, but they're going to get tested physically from the opening tip against Texas Tech, and this is going to be the true illustration of, does the better team outperform the better individual talent? There's a reason Texas Tech is listed as a favorite here, but at the same time, history not on the side of the Red Raiders. We've seen it 6 times in the NCAA tournament where a 3 seed has been favored over a 2. That 3 seed just 1-5 straight up. Duke, though, will have to get that monkey off their back. They have never won a game in the Pacific time zone in the NCAA tournament with Coach K as their head coach.
Wow. Major bracket implications with one of the early games on Thursday night, Michigan-Villanova. There's nothing I trust about Villanova, about Michigan, but Brown has Villanova winning the national championship. I need Villanova, the train, to stop here. Michigan's catching 5. The number seems right, Fuhrman. And I know everybody's going to back the 2 seed in Villanova. Does Michigan have enough gas to win 3 straight in this tournament?
Yeah, there's a lot of public support for Villanova. There's no doubt about it. Some of the folks at MGM say that it's going to be one of the trendier picks as far as the general public looking to lay the points, yet their number hasn't budged at 4.5. I think this is a question of which X's and O's coach you like a little bit better. So for me, Jay Wright gets a slight nod, but what does Jay Wright do to try and neutralize Hunter Dickinson? He doesn't have a ton of size on his roster, but he does have the better guard play. Colin Gillespie has been here and done that. Of course, Gillespie didn't play his prominent role back in 2018 when they beat Michigan to win the national championship, but he does know what it takes to win on this stage. And Devontae Jones, his status still very much up in the air, returned from a concussion in Michigan's game against Tennessee, and then naturally gets himself into a dust-up with his teammate that he can't finish that game. So as this number leaks out, I would make a slight case for Michigan myself, but probably a contest that I won't tangle with. And the main reason for that, guys, from an ATS standpoint, Villanova has a chance to break the all-time NCAA record for free throw percentage and proficiency for a season. There's nothing more irritating than when you have an underdog who finds themselves down by 2 or 3 points, and that deficit balloons from 3 to 7 because Villanova just doesn't miss in the final minute.
What are you hearing? What are all you Vegas people hearing about the touch foul with the Arizona player going to second base with the TCU cheerleader? Is it going to cost him a game?
You know what? I don't think there's going to be any suspensions there, but you never have any idea what could take place in the NCAA tournament, the way they hand out some of these suspensions. I don't think we'll see much in that particular ballpark.
Shut that right down.
Hey, with that said, I mean, Houston is the play there. And look, they might not get by Arizona, but Arizona was so bad on the boards against TCU, and this Houston team is relentless.
Well, that's the whole thing. I mean, when you look at it, and this total is kind of in no man's land, we've seen great two-way action there. Some folks looking to go over 144, 144.5. Others looking to go under. Houston, to your point, LT, is extremely physical. They get to the offensive glass, and I think it's going to put Tommy Lloyd in a very interesting spot. Does he elect to go with a slightly bigger lineup to try and neutralize some of that edge, or does he go small ball, hoping that he's got more difference makers and shot makers than what Kelvin Sampson and company will bring to the table? There's no doubt Houston was grossly underseeded as a 5. You see that reflected in this number. But honestly, for me to bet Houston, I wanted it 3 at minimum. I think odds makers have done an outstanding job pricing this game at 1.5. And I don't want to ignore Arizona's ability to get out and transition if Houston decides they want to crash the offensive glass to make up for some of their shooting deficiencies.
Todd Fuhrman with us, BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Also, Outkick, he's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The only underdog bigger than Arkansas is St. Peter's. Am I right about that? Is that how big a long shot this might be for the Hogs?
Yeah, I mean, Arkansas no doubt has their work cut out for them. When you look at the potential road that they would have just to even get to the Final Four, massive underdogs here against Gonzaga. They would be substantial dogs against the winner of Texas Tech Duke. And I think this Arkansas team, when you look at their first 2 wins of the tournament, hey, look, this time of year, any win is a big win. But what did Arkansas prove in those victories? They had to escape Vermont, who from the American East, it's not exactly a who's who of college basketball. Against New Mexico State, they made a grand total of 14 field goals from the floor and needed to convert 22 free throws to find a way to slip by an Aggies team that only scored 48 points in that contest. And the one thing about Arkansas, so much of what they do is predicated on wreaking havoc and creating pressure. Gonzaga doesn't turn the basketball over. Gonzaga's got a couple of bigs in Drew Timme and Chet Holmgren in the middle who are going to make life difficult for an Arkansas team that's undersized. And you guys know as well as I do that JT Note has a knack for getting into foul trouble. They don't shoot the ball well from the outside. I know Coach Musselman is taking the us against the world mentality, but I think Gonzaga got their wake-up call against Memphis, and I really look for the Zags to win this game by double digits.
Now, I'm a little burned by the fact that I had 5 tickets with Texas on them in parlays this past week, but what's up with Purdue? Because I'm an old man who's filled out my brackets for years, and I believed in Purdue before. They've cost me many bracket challenges over the years, and now they get St. Peter's. in the Sweet 16. Is this Purdue team legit, or they just really haven't been tested yet?
No, I think this Purdue team is real good. Now, they did underwhelm from an ATS standpoint over the final month of Big Ten play, where I don't believe they covered a single point spread during that stretch. And while they do leave a lot to be desired defensively, you have an inside-outside combination that's tough to argue with. Jaden Ivey has been outstanding, going to be a lottery pick at the next level. Travion Williams has been tremendous as well. And Zach Edey, despite not offering a ton of upside as far as his offensive capabilities, is still a big body that's tough to try and reconcile when you're St. Peter's and the largest guy you have on your roster for Shaheen Holloway is 6'7". So this number, though, I don't think you're stealing anything laying the points here with Purdue. St. Peter's going to be the trendiest underdog from what I've been told already. People love the Cinderella story, but on some level, rubber has to meet the road, and this Peacocks team doesn't bring much to the table offensively. They were extremely fortunate, in my opinion, to beat Kentucky, given the Wildcats' inability to make open shots and convert from the foul line. So I think Purdue moves on, and I really believe for a team that I actually wasn't willing to buy in on either, has an excellent chance to get to the Final Four, especially if UCLA is banged up and North Carolina regresses at all from the three-point line.
Speaking of those two teams, the two late games on Friday, both numbers sitting at 2.5 right now. You've got an 11-10 with Iowa State and Miami, and then you mentioned North Carolina and UCLA. Those, to me, are two really difficult games to handicap.
Yeah, and I'm 100% in agreement with you. The UNC-UCLA game, if UCLA was 100%, you'd be looking at the Bruins at 3.5, 4-point favorite. And to be honest, I'd have no problem laying those points. The problem for the Bruins right now is that Johnny Juzang hasn't been himself since returning from injury, has scored in single digits in 3 of those 6 games. So Jaime Jaquez has kind of taken over a little bit of that scoring role instead of just being that lockdown defender. If his ankle slows him down a little bit, which I expect it will, if he's even available, given some of Mick Cronin's comments, it puts a lot more pressure on the likes of a Jules Bernard or Tiger Campbell, some nice role players, but guys that you don't necessarily trust. But I do think mixed physicality and such can make life difficult for UNC. I would lean towards UCLA, even if Jaquez can't go, if the market moves in that direction and closes, in that 1.5 range. As far as Iowa State, Miami, double-digit seeds here doing battle. Iowa State hasn't scored 60 points yet in the big dance, but yet here they are. TJ Otzelberger's team wants to turn you over. They want to play out in transition. Problem for them, Miami goes 4 guards, and Miami's guards are extremely veteran. They don't turn the basketball over. They facilitate things on the offensive end, and I think when you have a floor general like Charlie Moore, it's a difficult out. Problem is this number opened with Iowa State a 1-point favorite in some books, guys. Miami now a 2.5-point favorite. You're not stealing any value laying the points here. I think if you can find Miami on the money line, that would be my lean. But again, not a game that I'm extremely bullish about, and nor one is it that I have bet myself just yet.
Okay, so I got in Wednesday at sunset, and I left Monday midday.
Which I appreciate the phone calls, the text messages. Hey, Todd, why don't you come out and have dinner? Todd, why don't you come out and have a drink? Nothing. Radio silence like a high school girlfriend I spurned 20 years ago.
No. I didn't want to be that guy that tried to, get into somewhere that you could get into. I was being polite not to call you. I was going to bring up 2 things. One, that it changed from the last time I was there for March Madness about 3 years ago, where everywhere I went, it was going to be about $200 a head for me to sit down at a good sports book. And I ended up paying it at a couple of places, but the sports books have gotten a lot better, a lot more build-outs, just a wonderful time. I had a blast. But I was 4-21. Like from the no joke, from the Ohio State game, which I think was early window Friday, until I got an over hit in the Duke game barely. I was over. I went on an over run. I couldn't cash a ticket.
They say it's as difficult to go 21-4 as it is to go 4-21. Eventually the laws of probability work in your favor. The bigger question I have is, do you want me to put you in touch with one of my guys? I'm happy to take 10% of your losses if you want to continue betting the tournament going forward, or maybe even extend that relationship. But I am glad, Dunaway, you didn't ask for me to get you a DJ table at Omnia Nightclub. I wasn't sure if you were a Calvin Harris guy, but I can't imagine you spent $100 to go to Circus Swim and join a ratio that was about 97% men with their shirts off in the pool to the 2 or 3 women that I saw out there, most likely paid to be out.
I saw that picture. That was uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, the whole town was that way. It would seem to be guy to girl ratio was out of whack this week. It seemed to be crazy.
It's not an optimal time. If you're coming out here to look for talent or to socialize with co-eds, the opening weekend of March Madness is probably not going to do it justice by any stretch of the imagination. On the flip side, if you're a woman and you don't mind drunken stupidity and you want to meet men that are doing nothing but betting sports, you will have your pick of the litter more often than not out here. So maybe that's got to be on the next marketing pitch from the city of Las Vegas.
The most impressive thing I saw was you could not buy a Katy Perry Saturday night ticket anywhere on any of the services, whether it's Vivid, StubHub, anywhere. There was nowhere, not a ticket to be found, not one.
I mean, I feel like that's the most popular ticket. The guys who actually bring their girlfriends out for that kind of weekend, that's the one that flies off of the shelf. So probably makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, initially, Adele was supposed to be the headliner for some of the Caesars properties for this opening weekend, but since she postponed her residency, Katy Perry probably made the most attractive destination for those folks that had to win a few brownie points back home.
Jim Dunaway in Vegas. The lights are a little brighter after he left, right? You walked in and like, wow, why they got these lights so bright?
Yeah.
There may be a good chance that whatever sportsbook Dunaway decided to frequent, those diamond-encrusted cufflinks that sportsbook operators like to wear, they may have upgraded from about a quarter a carat to a full carat, given his tremendous losses at the window.
Hey, I'm very superstitious. I sprayed them all, man. I was like, oh, I'm a loser here.
Yeah.
We're going somewhere else. I was sprayed them all, man. It was horrible.
All right, he is Todd Fuhrman, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. See him on Outkick as well. Fuhrman, we greatly appreciate the time. Enjoy the Sweet 16.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Enjoy the great set of games that we have this weekend until we know the Final Four that'll be headed to New Orleans.
You too, buddy. Thanks, Fuhrman. We'll see you. Todd Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
The sports bar that's down in Old Vegas that they've built out, I think is it West Point? Not West Point. I'll have to go look it up now.
Westgate.
Westgate. That was the best looking one. It's huge and it's really well built out. I liked it a lot. But as far as casinos, actually, if you like to play casino games, and I didn't want to ask Fuhrman which ones he worked with the most, but the new place where Katy Perry's actually in residence is at Resort World, a resort spa, something like that, Resort World something. It's new. It's off the Strip. Their casino is state-of-the-art. It's not small. It's spacious, high ceilings, just very bright, really upbeat, connected to a mall with
So were you able to walk there, or did you have
steakhouses.
to take an Uber?
I Ubered over there for that.
Man, it is such a hassle getting some of the transportation in Vegas, especially on a weekend that's that crowded. The one thing that did stand out to me, and I don't know if you sent the picture out, somebody did, of the Circa Pool. And that would be a cool place to watch games because of all of those TVs. But it really was 97% guys.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, a lot of the Strip was that way, too. As you walked around, there was a lot of people like me that was on guy trips and not a lot of girls. Not a lot of girls there. I mean, there were some.
Yeah.
But not a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure there was
Well, that's what
plenty
Fuhrman
of
just
professionals.
said. 97-3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was crazy. Crazy. But it's a fun trip if you just want to go sit and watch basketball and gamble. It is a fun trip because the games start at 9 a.m. and they're done at 9:10, 9:20 at night, and you still have the rest of the night.
Yeah, see, that's the only thing I don't like about it is because you stay out so late and then having to get up for those early games, and then you're forced to start drinking at 9 a.m. And it really is a long day.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, here's the picture you're talking about.
You can't find a girl in that picture. I mean, maybe a server.
And that is what? That is...
Now, look at the one girl in there, like a black... she's got a sundress on with her purse. She's like in the middle closest to us. She's like scouting out. And she's got her pick of...
You know what she's doing? She's trying to get out of there.
She might be on the clock, though.
She's looking for a fare?
No, that's
what you're saying?
That's the sports book I'm talking about because they have an inside one that's amazing as well, right? And then you go out and watch the games as well.
But do you have kiosk outside? I guess you can walk up to them, right?
To make your bets?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I did not make it in there, as you can imagine. I think...
Oh, you could have gotten there.
No, I asked...
I mean, it looks like any swinging dick could have gotten there.
I asked to go take a picture. I just wanted to post it. Take a picture. Yeah, just to go out and look
$50, the guy said.
I can't even
$50 just to walk out there.
Take a picture. I can't imagine what you see, like the sport turf in the middle, kind of the 50-yard line.
Yeah.
What those little table setups would be for a chair and table.
Yeah.
For that day.
What was the temperature right there?
The highs were about mid-80s.
Oh, okay. So it was
mid-80s.
So it was cooking.
Yeah. The Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, it got windy. Like it was windy.
Like here last night?
Like here last night, but no threat of severe weather. Just a constant wind blowing. It was pretty crazy. All right. We'll continue the conversation about what has flipped the NFL upside down today. More craziness, and this time it's not a quarterback. It's Tyreek Hill who's changing places, and Lane Kiffin, who is sort of doing a pretty good job of recruiting for Alabama, if you listen to him. All that as we continue on. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks with NASCAR and the Talladega Super Speedway.
It is your chance to see the next-gen car right there on the Banks Talladega for the first time ever, the Geico 500, Sunday, April 24th. Make sure you get that immersive garage experience. Talladega Garage Experience is the best in NASCAR. You can see more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That is TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, or call them 877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-462-3342 to get your tickets to the Geico 500 at the Talladega Superspeedway.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone, 205-579-4900, or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Weight to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Weight to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Weight to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on The Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Weight to Wellness.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Back with you on The Next Round, LTD, and be with you. My friend Greg from Pell City. Some of you had storm damage last night. I hope you remember to call Greg if you did. Greg from Pell City. But if you still are dealing with that, or the next time the storms roll through, remember the name, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. He will hook you up and make sure you do everything right so the insurance company doesn't say, we can't cover that now because you don't have a picture of it and you've already done some repairs. I mean, you know how it is. You know how it is. I mean, I love insurance. I love that we have them, that we have insurance. It really is a benefit, but, they will look. Some insurance companies will look to try not to pay you this or that, and that's where Greg from Pell City comes in. When you have storm damage, he comes out to your house. You let him know you got storm damage. He'll come and take pictures and put a portfolio together so you've got it all documented. He knows how to walk you through that process. And last night's not going to be the only night we've got storms. We got some, heading our way, whether it's next week, next month, or later this summer. So remember this phone number for Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. I'll give it to you again in a second. Or you can just look him up on Facebook too, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Locally owned. He and his wife own Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned for over 20 years, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. They have all the warranties. The insurance companies trust this company, this guy, and Greg from Pell City, Greg Nelson, and that's going to help you. And even if you haven't had storm damage, you need your roof inspected. Maybe you just bought a house. You don't know how good the roof is. Greg from Pell City will give you a free no-cost inspection, no obligation, 205-542-3531. It sort of rolls off your tongue. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook at Storm Restoration Roofing. We'll do our 3 and out in the next segment, and we'll get back into talking about the NCAA tournament and this Tyreek Hill situation that is going on now that he's on his way to being the Dolphins. But Rockstar, if you'll give me cut 4 and cut 5 from Lincoln Riley. You excited about Lincoln Riley at USC? You're sort of a closet USC fan.
Yeah, no. I don't even think closet. I mean, I get excited Saturdays watching USC play, and I'm very excited. I mean, this guy he's building a different culture. I think the players are buying in right now. You're seeing impact, what looks to be, at least on the surface, impact transfer portal guys.
That's right. So they start spring practice, right? And Lincoln Riley doing exactly what LT's talking about here, about raising the bar for USC, because they're one of those blue bloods that have sort of lowered the bar the last couple of years.
Do you think contending for a conference championship in the first year is a realistic goal?
Yeah, I mean, I get everybody's got to ask their question. For us, it's about just getting as good as we can right now. We understand that that's a journey, but I will say this: I'm not going to take any goal off the table. I mean, that's not I said it day one. That's not why we came here. So we expect to compete for and win championships every single year. I mean, that will. I'll save you that question for the next 10, 15 years. That's going to be the same answer. That's just who we are as a staff. That's what we believe in, and frankly, that's what this program should be about. I mean, this is USC. The expectation here should be to win championships every single year.
And I agree with that 100%. Right? It's USC. I mean, not every kid, but most kids in Southern California dream of playing at that school, and a lot of them have come and played at Alabama and Georgia and Ohio State and Clemson and Texas. That is the school in California, and they should be not just thinking about the Pac-12. They should be thinking about a national championship.
Look, Brown, Southern football is so much better, and I know any football west of the Mississippi has been kind of irrelevant. But I saw USC Athletics, they tweeted out their schedule, their 2022 schedule, and I just quickly went through it yesterday on the surface. They're going to be favored in at least 9, possibly 10 games. I don't think they're going to be great. I think they're going to be improved. I think the offense is going to be much more fun to watch. They could have an elite quarterback in Caleb Williams.
Yep.
But this is a team, year one, it could come down to that game October 14th in Utah, in Salt Lake City against Utah, to possibly getting to a college football playoff in year one. Now, I think they're personally going to go 9-3 in the regular season. But still, to go 9-3 in year one, you can build on that.
You know, from talking to Luganville, they're just not built up front, I don't think, yet for any of this. And that's going to be on Lincoln Riley to fix that, right? So, I mean, that's maybe not their problem in the Pac-12, but if they were, and I don't think they will, be in a college football playoff, that's where they're not going to measure up. But look, I trust that Lincoln Riley can get this right. I think he's going to win at USC. I think he'll win a Pac-12 championship. Can he win a national championship? I don't know. He'll win a Pac-12 championship.
That sets me up for the next bite. What kept him from winning a national championship at Oklahoma?
His commitment to defense. They were always tremendous on offense. They did not measure up on defense, period.
And he didn't have a commitment to that.
Yep.
So his biggest pickup so far has been a guy that left Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Trojans Live, presented by our friends at Hydro, you'll see on the graphic. Trojans Live is where Lincoln Riley was asked the question about Shane Lee, one-time Alabama linebacker, and just listen to how impressed the USC head coach is with this guy.
Yeah, Shane, I would say this has been instrumental. You talked about those first 100 days. This is a guy that's been instrumental within our program from the day he came here. Obviously comes from a fantastic program himself. We had a lot of great talks throughout his recruitment about just kind of our vision for this place, and just have been so impressed with him and kind of his growth and his maturity and how invested he is in not just himself becoming an elite player, but also in this team winning championships and in this program in such a short amount of time. He's had a huge impact. It reminds me a lot when we brought Jalen Hurts to Oklahoma a few years ago, and we had him for 1 year, but his impact, you could feel it immediately. And Shane's had a very similar impact for this football team in the first 100 days. So been honored to have him in our program. It's going to be a lot of fun to have this guy leading the charge for our program.
So basically, Lincoln just wants Alabama transfers.
I mean,
why would you not?
Yeah. I mean, hell, he's recruiting. It's a recruiting pitch for Nick Saban there.
It really is. You're absolutely right about that.
No, it is. But you hear NFL coaches all the time when guys come into their organization, hey, these guys are NFL ready because of the way they were coached.
Yeah, but basically what Lincoln Riley is saying is, you know, the guys that couldn't get on the field in Tuscaloosa, they've been tremendous for us.
Yeah. And by the way, keep them coming.
Yeah. But to your point about their defense, now he's got a guy who comes from sort of a defensive-minded coach who's going to come in there. Obviously, you can hear him talk there. He's going to be a leader on the defensive side of the football, and he's bringing that work mentality that could resonate. It's an opportunity, I believe, Brown, for Lincoln Riley to change the way he coaches and put a little bit more emphasis on the defensive side of the football.
He's got to do that to win a national championship. Obviously, he did not have to do it to win a Big 12. They won plenty of Big 12s. Obviously, he didn't have to do it to get to the playoffs. And I don't know that he'll have to do it to win the Pac-12. But if he wants to win a national championship at Oklahoma, you go look at the Clemson teams that have won it, the Alabama teams that have won it, and the Georgia team that won it. They had good offenses, but they got stops when they needed stops. And that's what you're going to have. Well, and that's what they couldn't do at Oklahoma.
And you did go out and you brought in Alex Grinch when he was at Oklahoma.
Yep.
And the defense got a little bit better.
A little bit.
And now Alex Grinch has come with him to Southern California. So you've put the commitment in, at least dollars-wise, on a defense coordinator.
It's a great point. Jeff B. in the Farmfolio chat room, I'm not sure Riley is ready, but this will be the test. He inherited Stoops' years of recruits. Now he has to do it himself. I think he was there long enough to show that he could recruit a little bit. But he did get out before it started going to South. So we'll see what he can do and keep this thing moving. He's having to build up USC. And so far he's done it through the portal and done it with some big impact players instantly. One of those, Caleb Williams, he recruited himself to Oklahoma. In fact, he got a couple of Oklahoma players he took with him out there.
Yeah, I think we forget how good Pete Carroll's defenses were at USC. I mean, they were dominant defenses. They were top 5 scoring defenses each and every year.
So you didn't pay attention to it because there were so many wow players on offense.
Yeah, because you had the Reggie Bushes and the Matt Leinerts of the world. But, yeah, the defenses were incredible back then.
Yeah, so it's an interesting thing, interesting situation with Lincoln Riley out there. And the portal's going to work for him at USC, and he wants to do it in recruiting as well. All right, we'll do 3 and out when we come back and talk more about Tyreek Hill leaving the Chiefs and heading down to play with the Miami Dolphins. That is Brown's favorite team, and we'll make that part of our 3 and out as well. Part of the show, though, being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. They bring you Rockstar's viewing menu every day, but right now we're giving you an opportunity to win a great gift from our friends at New Life Art, and also have the honor of designing a T-shirt that we'll sell to the masses here at Next Round Live.
Yeah, it's that simple. Submit your shirt design and win. Head to nextroundlive.com. Design our next shirt. We saw our first winner yesterday. It looks awesome. New Life Art. It is brought to you by those guys, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information, 800-735-2787, or online, danielmooreart.com.
Next 1 seed to lose. Tyreek Hill's impact on the AFC race. That's part of 3 and out. Stay with us.
Where will Brown go next? The next round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook. Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online, mycookiedoughmagic.com. If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
3 and Out every day, brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. As we tell you all the time, it's not just about tires, but it is the best place to get tires, but they'll take care of you bumper to bumper.
They sure will, Dunaway. Locally owned and operated. Take your vehicle by any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto. Get a look at the brake pads, oil alignment, tires, and more. They can do a bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
I'm going to do this backwards as it sets up a conversation at the end. So I'll go with what was going to be my last question before the breaking news. Happy birthday, Kyrie Irving, and happy birthday, Jason Kidd. When it's all said and done, who has the better NBA career, Kyrie Irving or Jason Kidd?
I mean,
I'll go Kidd.
I mean, Kyrie's the better overall player in my opinion, but Kidd was maybe the better point guard. I don't know. I mean, so Kidd played for championships with the Nets. He never won championships. Did he win one with Dallas?
No, he never won. He got swept by the Nets. Remember?
Yeah.
Was it the Lakers that swept him?
Was he the one that used to blow the kiss before he shot a free throw?
Every time.
Is Kyrie going to win one, though?
No, I'll go Jason Kidd.
I'm going to say, boy, Kidd had such a long... This is tough.
It is.
I'll go Kyrie.
Kyrie. Happy birthday to both. Gordon Hayward, too, who, by the way, almost had the greatest shot in
one of the
history.
great mid-major players in college basketball history.
Second down.
NCAA Tournament cranks back up. We talked to Wimp about it and Fuhrman about it on the show today podcast at nextroundlive.com. Next 1 seed to lose. Next 1 seed to lose is?
To me, this is somewhat easy. I think it's going to be Arizona.
So you think it's Arizona to Houston in this game?
I think I would probably agree with that it is Arizona. Obviously, I'm hoping it is Gonzaga, but I just can't see Arkansas doing it.
Yeah, if it's not Arizona, I think Kansas is going to roll out of the Midwest. You could have 3 1s in this Final Four easily,
which is what Rockstar wants. That's why you picked it.
That's how you do it, man.
That's how you do it.
For a reason.
That's how you do it.
Third down.
All right, now to the NFL. Tyreek Hill to the Dolphins today.
I heard.
Who does this hurt the most? Kansas City, New England, or Buffalo?
Kansas City.
So losing him hurts more than it hurts New England
Such
or Buffalo.
a tough division.
Yeah, I would go New England because I think New England and Miami were really close, but I think Buffalo's still a much better team than Miami.
Again, I point out Miami beat New England twice last year without Tyreek Hill. So you've made Miami better. I don't know how much better has New England gotten in free agency. I don't even know.
Yeah.
I mean,
so you lost J.C. Jackson.
Yeah, lost a big person on the back end.
That's right.
You lost your offensive coordinator.
Yeah. And I really do like Mac Jones. I think Mac Jones played well. But again, they were 0-2 against the Dolphins. The Dolphins have gotten extremely better in the offseason. And I don't know that the Patriots have. That said, the Chiefs are in the tougher of the two divisions. It hurts them more.
Max struggled down the stretch a little bit, too.
Yeah. He seemed to hit that rookie wall a little bit. Yeah.
4th down.
Here's the one I find interesting, all right? And I'll give you the win total as well. Which one of these 3 pickups improved the win-loss the most? Tyreek Hill to the Dolphins, they had 9. Russell Wilson to the Broncos, they had 7. Or Matt Ryan to the Colts, they had 9.
That's not even it's not even close. It's easy. It's B. Russell Wilson.
So Russell Wilson to the Broncos is going to improve the most.
At least 3 wins.
3 wins to get them to 10.
Yeah, neither one of those other guys. I mean, to me, Matt Ryan is about Carson Wentz, maybe a little bit better.
So he can't get them to 12 or 11 wins.
No.
Nope.
I don't think so.
You don't think the Dolphins can get to
I think they can get to 10 wins.
11-6 with 17 games? 6 losses.
Yeah, but even 11 only gets them two additional wins. To me, Russell Wilson, easy.
So if I go just Tyreek and Matt Ryan, Tyreek to the Dolphins.
Then it gets a little more difficult.
For sure at that point.
Dolphins.
Again, the Colts are a better team.
Now, see, I do think Russell Wilson makes the Broncos a contender, but you also think the Raiders are good. And the Chargers are good, and the Chiefs are good.
I think the Raiders are the worst in that division. The Raiders aren't going to make the playoffs.
No, I agree. I agree. But, I mean, that's 6 games that you play against those 3 teams.
Oh, I know.
I mean, I know it's
no,
easy
but you had
to
that
say.
in the NFC West, and you had 3 teams get there this year.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that you're saying easy to 10 wins for Russell Wilson. Or you actually were saying 10 wins.
I think 10 wins, yeah. I think it is 10 wins.
I don't know how easy that is, though, to get to 10 wins. I don't know who they play cross division. I know I can look it up. I don't think it's automatic that he goes in there and they win 10.
I don't think it's automatic, but I don't think it's automatic the Dolphins improve on their win total. Or the Colts. I'm just saying, to me, of those 3, the easier would be, because now you've got a quarterback.
You do have a quarterback now, for sure. If he is still as good, if he's as healthy as he's been, or healthier than he has been recently, if he's old Russell Wilson, he'll look pretty good. All right, that's our 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Locally owned and operated. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it for you and your family, bumper to bumper. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
We'll tell you about the lock in our final segment. And if you have not paid attention, the USFL will have a few unique rules. We'll throw those rules out when we come back, and I'll get the reaction from these guys about that. We're fired up about the USFL coming to town and playing all their games here. Don't forget USFL cheerleader tryouts. Can you just go watch the cheerleader tryouts?
If you want to be super creepy, yeah.
Hey, what are you here for?
I got some binoculars you can borrow.
What are you here for?
I don't need binoculars, my friend. I'll be close.
USFL cheerleader tryouts. If you got somebody or maybe you want to try out, it's 3 to 6 on Saturday. We'll put the details up on our social media page. USFL cheerleader tryouts are happening this weekend. We'll tell you more about it as we get closer. So if you know somebody who wants to do that professionally or just want a little hobby happening this spring and summer, USFL cheerleaders, all the games right here in Birmingham. Their new rules and a lot more when we come back. The show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right, the great folks who can help you refinance right now. Maybe it's time for you to get something out of your house.
Hey, if you recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of a top-notch mortgage professional. Get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
A number of years ago, I could not tell you how much a good night's sleep helps your performance. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, because I wasn't getting a great night's sleep. I am now, and it's thanks to the expert outfitters at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters nearest you and do what my wife and I did. Go into the store, answer a few simple questions, and in mere moments, they've got you laying on a bed, finding the best one for you. For us, it was the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we absolutely love it. It could not have been easier. And right now, when you head into Sleep Outfitters, you can take advantage of the Spring Super Sale. Get any size Sealy for the twin size price on all Sealy Outfitters and Posturepedic spring mattresses. Full queens and even kings start at $299 with 0 interest for up to 6 months on approved credit. Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $25 a month. Get incredible free gifts with qualifying purchases valued up to $300, and get free delivery and setup with any purchase $599 and up. That's right now in the Spring Super Sale at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters near you when you visit sleepoutfitters.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
I hate when I'm doing the show and I don't pay attention to my phone. And I get a text at 11:30 and then I don't respond to the text. And then just a few seconds after that, I get a text saying, they're upset I haven't answered it. I was like,
Was it Maggie?
No. It's our friend Wimp. I let Wimp down. I didn't notice it. Gotta answer my phone quicker. I'll do better. Lock of the day every day. Can you get a winner? Can you get a winner tonight?
I had one last night. Boy, it was down to the wire. We had Vanderbilt just got under the number. They lose the game, but they cover the number. We've got a couple of plays coming up, but I'm not prepared to unleash the light.
Okay, so we're going to send it out a little bit later on at
NIT action.
At Ryan Brown. At D. Lance Taylor.
There's Lance over there, Jim.
Nice meeting you, Ryan.
Let's go Dolphins.
At The Lance Taylor, right there on Twitter. He'll send it out later. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, A disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you got to have the experience in the name of Hemp Hill Services. That's the first thing we do. We call Adam, Chad, and his team at Hemp Hill the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right. The first time, Hemp Hill Services, they do it right, and they always do it at a fair price, and I love that about them. Fair prices, and they do it right for all your plumbing, all your cooling, and all your heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call them up now, 205-229-2090. 229-2090. The USFL is coming to town April 16th is that first game. It'll be a dual broadcast. It'll be going on 2 different networks at the same time. The only other time that's happened, the first Super Bowl on both NBC and on CBS. It'll be on NBC and Fox this time around on both of the networks, and we get the opportunity to get some new rules, a twist in this. I'm going to call some of them out, and you tell me what you think. First off, you'll notice that there'll be a 3-point conversion that you can go for, a 3-point conversion where they'll place the ball at the 10-yard line. It's like a 2-point conversion, but you run it for 3 points from the 10-yard line. Like it or not? You first, Brown.
It seems a little bit gimmicky, but they're designing it so that you have to have a 10-point lead to make it a 2-possession game. It keeps all the games a little bit closer and more in doubt at the end, but it does feel a little gimmicky.
You like it?
You know what? This is new. Why not? Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
I agree with you. It seems a little gimmicky, but I just wonder, percentages. I mean, everybody's got their chart.
Right.
And I guess we don't have I guess you got a percentage on how successful plays are from the 10-yard line.
I mean, if you're down 9, it's a given. You do it, right?
Yeah. You score, you get 6, then you go for 3 to tie it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah. What becomes interesting is the flip side of it. To try to protect the lead, do we need to go for 2 here?
That's true, yeah. Do I need to try to get it to 10?
Yeah, to try to force them maybe to. Yeah, so it makes it interesting there. Another thing is overtime. This is sort of the college rules. I don't know if I like this or not.
I don't like it at all.
What they need to do, and I hope they do it this way, is they put the one team's offense and one defense on the other side, one team's offense, one team's defense on the other side.
Go back and forth?
And go back and forth instead of running people on. But they're going to be alternating 2-point conversions in overtime, sort of like a soccer kickoff, where they'll each get 3 tries, and if you're still tied after that, it's sudden death. It's like you do in the World Cup as you're trying to advance on. So everybody gets 3 tries, and whoever's got the most points after 3 tries is the winner. But after 3, if you're still tied, then it's sudden death. You like it or not?
Well, it doesn't matter. We can't figure out overtime. So it's something new. Let's see how it goes.
I mean, there's no good overtime. I don't like this one, but there is no good overtime in football. But I don't like that, no.
2 forward passes from behind the line of scrimmage are legal. That's the one that most people are having a problem with.
Yeah, I don't like it because it doesn't seem like football. I mean, just imagine this. You toss back to the tailback.
Yeah, or toss forward to the tailback.
Well, no, imagine tossing back to the tailback. He fires one out to the flats to a receiver, and then that receiver fires it across. I mean, you've got legitimately 2 forward passes in one play.
Yeah, you do.
But that seems gimmicky to me.
I mean, the first one has to be behind the line of scrimmage. So basically,
both of them have to be behind. Well, yeah,
no, the first one.
The first one can't cross the line of scrimmage, right?
Right.
I think that's the way it works.
But if you're a receiver coming off the ball, you take a step back. You're a yard or 2 behind the line of scrimmage. You take what could be an 8 to 10 yard pass from a back, and then you're able to fire it all the way across the field.
Yeah.
As long as you have stayed behind the line of scrimmage, it's okay.
I like the action play on the onside kick. You can either kick it onside or you got 4th and 12 from the 35. If you convert it, you keep moving. I like that. I think all football should go to that rather than the onside kick.
Well, that's what some of this is they're going to test this out and we'll see if it works. All kickoffs from the 25-yard line as well. It's going to take away kicking out of the back of the end zone.
Yeah, they want some returns.
Yeah, but remember, we moved it up so that people wouldn't, have concussions as much.
Yeah, but they're also making everybody be on the line. You can't get the running start to try to eliminate some of that.
Yeah, tell that to the guy who's got a 40-yard running start when he knocks the you-know-what out of me. Slobber knocker. That's the show today. We're back tomorrow, and it's Sweet 16 Thursday here on the show. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.